following is a production of Minor League Baseball, the Lynchburg Hillcats, and Verch. Welcome into another night of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball. We're about 20 minutes from the start of tonight's game, and it's time for us to get you set for first pitch. Coming up over the next 20 minutes, we will preview the game with the pitching matchup and the starting lineups. We'll also sit down with tonight's pregame interview. And finally, we'll look around the Carolina League and update the standings. Hillcats baseball is on deck, but first, to preview tonight's game, here's Connor Young.
It is a sunny, blue-skied, late May Thursday here in Lynchburg, Virginia, and all is well because the Hillcats are rolling and looking to secure the split with Salem in just the third game of the six-game series. The Cats are red hot. They've won 5 straight and are on the hunt for 6 this evening. Connor Young with you on the Lynchburg Hillcats pregame show, where we're going to break down the series as it lies, preview our starting pitching pairing tonight, take a look around the Carolina League schedule and standings, go over our starting lineups, and finally, listen in on our pregame interview, and we got a good one of those for you tonight. Let's go back 2 nights ago, where Jose Pastrano, the unlikely hero, brought Game 1 home for the Cats here at the Bank of the James Stadium. Jackson Humphreys was the starting man for the Cats. Humphreys, he only went 2 2/3 innings, allowing 3 hits and 3 walks in just his short stay in the ballgame. 1 run came around while Humphreys was on the hill, but it would not be charged to the lefty from Cary, North Carolina. Noah Dean got the ball for Liam Carroll and the Red Sox. Noah stayed in the game for 4 innings strong, striking out 5, allowing 1 single run. The work of the 2 starting lefties would keep the game tied at 1 until the bottom of the 5th inning, where Angel Hanau knocked in 2 of the 3 runs pushed across in the 5th for Lynchburg. From there, the work out of the bullpen would consist of Renny Artiles, Jack Jasiak, and Robert Weigelnick for Lynchburg. Jasiak and Artiles were able to keep things in a reasonable spot for Weigelnick, who came into the top of the 9th inning with a 2-run cushion. Nellie Taylor Jr. changed that in a hurry for Salem. He launched a 2-run, game-tying home run over the left field wall to blow Weigelnick's save. A scoreless bottom of the 9th pushed us to extra innings, where you have to give it to Weigelnick. He was able to work around a ghost runner on second to start the inning for Salem to hold the Red Sox scoreless, which brought us to the bottom of the 10th, where Jose Pastrano strolled up to the plate with a runner on second and 2 outs in the inning. He already had 2 hits to his name, a single and a double, so you know he was seeing it well, and that did not change in crunch time. He smashed his first home run of the season, a no-doubt skier that walked things off for the Hillcats. Game 2, less dramatic, but resulted in a Hillcat win nevertheless. This time, it was a 5-1 win for Lynchburg, as Alonzo Richardson led the way for Lynchburg in his second 6-inning-plus outing here at the Bank of the James Stadium. He went 6 2/3 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, just 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. Steven Perez took over for Richardson and went 2 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball to rack up his 2nd save of the season. Connor Steinbaugh was saddled with a loss for Salem, as the main contributors for Lynchburg were Angel Hanau, who went 3 for 4 with an RBI, increasing his hit streak to 9 straight games coming in today. Wilfredo Antunez also tallied an RBI while going 1 for 3, pushing his hit streak just 1 game under Angel at 8 straight contests. The bottom of the lineup for the Hillcats had their hand in a lot of the production in the middle innings as well, which is huge for Lynchburg. That part of the order at times has really struggled this season. Someone who struggled mightily early on in the season but has turned it around in a big way recently is Alex Clemmie, who is our starting pitcher for your home Hillcats tonight. Alex Clemmie, the 8th-ranked prospect in the Guardians organization, and he has shown flashes why he is so highly ranked. He has great strikeout stuff, but gets himself into trouble with walks. There's a direct correlation for Clemmie between limiting walks and finding success in starts. We'll see if he's able to execute in that area tonight for Salem. They'll have Matt Duffy starting Game 3, and they need a good start from Duffy in a big way. They are looking to turn things around not only in this series, but in their season. Salem has lost 2 straight and fallen a game under 500 so far this week. Duffy, he's got a record of 1-2 and an ERA just south of 4 at .393 coming into his start here in Lynchburg. Let's take a look around the Carolina League today, as well as the Carolina League schedule. 6:30 p.m. Eastern starts down the board, except for the last 2, as that's been the trend throughout the whole week. Fredericksburg and Down East will square off again. Delmarva and Carolina, Augusta and Fayetteville, all 6:35 p.m. Eastern starts. Columbia and Kannapolis, Charleston and Myrtle Beach, the later two, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. That brings us to the standings, which has shuffled around since we last covered them in the postgame show yesterday. Carolina still atop the North, 28-17. Fredericksburg just one spot below them, 28-19, one game back. Lynchburg, they've hopped down east after the Fred Nats' late-game rally over the Wood Ducks. Lynchburg just 3 games out of first place, 26-21. The Hillcats are in their best spot they've found themselves this season. Down east below them, just a half game out of it, 25-21, 3.5 from first. Salem, 23-24, dipping under 500 for the first time in a week. 6 games out of first place. 15-31 in the basement. Delmarva, 13.5 from the top spot. Kannapolis on top in the south, 27-19. Columbia and Fayetteville under them. Columbia, 24-21, 2.5 games out of first. After that, it's a big drop for the rest of the South. Fayetteville, the third-place team, 5.5 games out. Myrtle Beach, 6 games out. Augusta and Charleston both yet to find their 20th win on the season, 19-27 for the pair of them. They're both 8 games out of first place. With that, the lineups for Game 3 have been posted. Let's break them down, starting with Lynchburg's 9. Esteban Gonzalez back in the lineup. He'll be DHing and leading off. Ralphie Velasquez, his hit streak was snapped 1 game ago. He took an 0 for 4. He'll bat second. Jason Churio third. Hanau fourth. Christian Knapchick in between Antunez and Howe, both on some heaters. 9-game hit streak for Hanau, 8 games for Antunez. Christian Knapchick, he went 1 for 3 with a walk last game. He'll bat 5th place second. Antunez behind him. Durango back in the order, batting 7th. Robert Lopez does the catching, gives Manuel Mejias the day off, bats 8th. Pastrano, the hero from Game 1, back into the order. He'll play third base and bat 9th. For Salem, Donatello, we didn't see him yesterday. He's a top-ranked prospect, number 8 in the Redsox organization. He'll lead off in DH once again. Antonio Anderson moves down a spot from where we saw him. He led off in Game 2. He'll bat second in Game 3 and play third base. Nelly Taylor Jr. bats third. Fraley Encarnacion fourth. Alcantara fifth. Uten sixth. Andy Lugo moves from first base to right field. He took an 0 for 4 with a strikeout 1 game ago. He'll bat seventh. McIlvaney back in the lineup and doing the catching. He had a 1 for 5 in Game 1. He'll bat 8th with Stanley Tucker rounding things out and playing second for Salem. Today's interview will be with the 4th-ranked prospect in the Guardians minor league system, Ralphie Velasquez. We talked the move to first and learn a thing or two about his move from catcher to the first base spot on the way. Make sure you tune in. Wreck-It Ralphie with yours truly on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network up next.
Celebrate the history of America's pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that shape and change the game and our country. And relive the careers of legends who have earned the greatest honor in sports. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Hey Hillcats fans, has your big bank just closed its doors? Come on over to Bank of the James. We make banking better in just 3 easy steps. First, stop by Bank of the James to open your account. Second, bring your current checking statement so we can help you with recurring transactions. And third, enjoy banking the way it should be. Why Bank of the James? We're your strong, local bank, and we're committed to you. Putting community first for 24 years. Come on over to Bank of the James.
You've probably heard the old saying, the best things in life are free. But do you believe it? The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make sure you and your kids do. Sign your kids up for Southpaw's Free Kids Club and experience the best free activity your money can't buy. All Kids Club members receive complimentary tickets to 5 designated Kids Club games, Virginia 529 Fun Zone passes for the whole season, and exclusive autograph sessions with players. Kids 12 and under can sign up at lynchburg-hillcats.com to activate their Kids Club membership today.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Lynchburg Hillcats pregame show. I'm with Ralphie Velasquez of the Lynchburg Hillcats. First question, when you were drafted out of high school, primarily a catcher, coming into the minors, converted a little bit to first base. Been a couple months into the season now. How has that transition gone for you? Has it been harder than you thought it would be coming into it?
I'd say no, because out of 4 years of high school, I played first and third, and actually coming here with the Guardians, that was like the first time I caught in like probably 4 years, so it was an easy transition, definitely.
Awesome. You guys have been on a hot streak, 5 straight games, your longest win streak of the year, in the clubhouse or just on the field in general. What's the vibe of the team, and why do you think things have really turned around for you guys over the last 5?
Oh, definitely. We've definitely like grown closer to each other. Definitely have a way stronger bond than we did in the beginning of the season, and that's how it should be. We're all pulling for each other. Like example, I just met Pastrano this year, and for him to hit that walk-off homer, I think I was the first one out of the dugout. I was screaming like a little girl, so it was cool to see him do that, and it's cool to see my teammates succeed. So we've all been really, really close, definitely. Yeah,
that was an awesome moment. Your guys' celebration was sweet, and it's been a great start to the Salem series. Hopefully you guys get another one. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Jason Prill and myself will be back with you ahead of the first pitch of Game 3. The Hillcats ahead in the series 2-0 on their longest win streak of the season, and the teenage phenom Alex Clemmie on the bump. Can the Hillcats keep it rolling on their hike up the Carolina League North standings, We're going to find that out tonight and a whole lot more on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
The Virginia Commonwealth Games are back this summer in Lynchburg, Virginia, on the campus of Liberty University. Be a part of the tailgate party and opening ceremonies kickoff celebration. For more information, visit commonwealthgames.org.
If you're looking for a home, auto, or life insurance plan, look no further. State Farm has been offering great coverage at surprisingly low rates for over 100 years. Stop in and see one of the 4 Central Virginia insurance agents. For Lynchburg, call Chip Harvey. For Rustburg, contact Jack Dean. For Appomattox, call Sarah Saunders. And for Madison Heights, visit Kim Z. Gardner. Contact your local State Farm agents today.
The following is a production of the Lynchburg Hillcats and minor league baseball. A lot has changed about the Lynchburg Hillcats over the last 30 years. 4 different affiliates, 2 different color schemes and mascots, and 5 championship titles.
In Lynchburg, the 2017 Carolina League champions.
Dozens of major leaguers have come through the Hill City.
It's my pleasure to present the Ted Williams All-Star Game MVP Award to Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Indians.
Drive into left. And it's gone. Tie game. Rajay Davis. 6-6. 1-1 from Tyson. Batista with a drive. Deep left field. No doubt about it.
But as the city of Lynchburg celebrates the 30th anniversary of Hillcats baseball, it's safe to say that the best is yet to come.
The Hillcat hero!
Left field, that's going to drop.
Base hit! Lynchburg does it again! The Cardiac Cats!
Way out of bare hands.
Comes home! Tag! Yes!
Hashtag Purdy 30.
The third runner being waved around. He will score! Bases clearing double! A 2-out, 2-run home run to break the tie in the 8th. Leaping, diving grab by Jose Devers.
Live from Bank of the James Stadium in Lynchburg, Virginia. Here's the voice of the Hillcats, Jason Prill.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome into Bank of the James Stadium as the Hillcats and the Redsox get set for game number 3 of this week-long set. Jason Prill here with you alongside Connor Young as the Hillcats have won each of the first 2 ball games, and the first one a bit more dramatic than the second one. Jose Pastrano walking us off in extra innings on Tuesday night. Wednesday featured a much calmer game, though. Salem did strike first off of Alonzo Richardson. He'd go 6 2/3 and rack up a handful of strikeouts as well. As the 1 run would be all that Salem would get. Lynchburg would score 5 as they knocked off the Red Sox 5-1. And the Hillcats, they're right in the mix. 3 games back of first place coming into today in the Carolina League North Division. And Connor, I don't know about you, but playoff baseball sure sounds like a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone in that Hillcats dugout is thinking. And from here on out till we end the first half, every game matters. It's a really close race, especially the top 2. Carolina, the Mudcats are in the first spot. Fredericksburg just 1 game behind them. Then you got Lynchburg 3 games out of first. By no means a tall task. Down East Wood Ducks, they're just a half game behind the Hillcats. Then it goes to Salem. At that point, there's a little bit of a break because the Redsox are 5.5 out of first place. But you look at those top four, and even Salem, if they turn it on in the back half of this series, there is a race in the north that is going to be really exciting to keep our eye on through the month of June.
It really could come down to the wire as we are inching closer to that month of June, which is where the first half comes to a close. And the thing about the first half playoffs is they tend to really struggle in the second half. Whoever's really good in the first half, because you lose a lot of your best players to call-ups, and especially with the draft being right around the corner at the conclusion of the first half of the season. Who knows what kind of roster changes and decisions will have to be made that will disrupt any sort of unity. But right now, though, the Hillcats are firing on all cylinders. Not just been the lineup, which has been a vaunted lineup. The pitching staff has done quite well, and Alex Clemmie tonight, he's got a tall order ahead of him.
Yeah, Alex Clemmie was great in his last start. Alonzo Richardson's been good in his last three. Yohan Gomez has looked like an ace. I mean, who would think that after losing an ace like Matt Wilkinson, this starting rotation for Lynchburg could look solid? And they have looked even better, honestly, as a whole. Of course, that loss of Matt Wilkinson is a big one, but they're really picking up the slack down the line.
They really have, as a lot of guys have had to step up, step into different roles. Rourke Maltrud will be getting the start tomorrow night, and he's going to be in unfamiliar territory. He typically isn't a starter. He's the piggyback guy, which equates to a starter, but that comes out of the bullpen. And so Maltrud will have a big test tomorrow night, but we got to focus on tonight and tonight alone, as Alex Clemmie, he will face off against a guy that is one of the better starting rotation guys for the Red Sox in Matt Duffy. Duffy 1-2 with a 3.93 ERA. They have a pretty good and solid pitching staff, so we'll see what he can do here this evening. It's Salem. It's Lynchburg. The Battle of 460 coming your way after we toss it down to Steve Stillwell to set the defense and tonight's national anthem.
All right, fans, it's time to make some noise for the winners of 5 in a row, your Lynchburg Hillcats. In right field, number 4, Wilfredo Antunez. In center field, number 8, Jason Churio. In left field, number 23, Luis Durango. At first base, number 24, Ralphie Velasquez. At second base, number 10, Christian Knapchak. At shortstop, number 7, Angel Hanau. At third base, number 1, Jose Pastrano. Doing the catching tonight, number 12, Robert Lopez. Designated hitter for your Hillcats, number 9, Esteban Gonzalez. And on the mound, number 30, Alex Clemmie. Your Hillcats are managed by number 39, Jordan Smith. Fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise and kindly remove your caps as with the singing of our national anthem tonight performed by Grace Irwin.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in
back inside Bank of the James Stadium as the Hillcats and the Red Sox get set for game number 3 of this week-long series. On the bump for the Hillcats tonight, donning the Navy jerseys, Alex Clemmy. He's 1-3 with a 7.26 ERA, but really in the month of May, it has been a significant improvement for the young left-hander.
It really is. He's coming off a 5-inning, 1-hit, 1 walk, and that's key for him. 5 strikeout, no earned run performance against one of the best offenses in the Carolina League in Fredericksburg. You know, as good as Alex Clemmy's strikeout stuff has looked, and it has looked great, the biggest problem for him has been making sure he's finding his command. He gives out more free passes than you would like on his more problematic starts. So if he can cut down on that, you should be in a good spot if you're Alex Clemmy. And a good thing for Guardians fans, Hillcats fans, the like, is he's looked better and better with each progressive start. Now, there might be some blips on the radar when it comes to his progression, but for the most part, it seems like he's felt more and more comfortable on the bump in professional baseball with each time he's gone out. If he can improve on his start from last game on May 24th today, then you're going to see something special from Alex Clemmy here in the Bank of the James Stadium.
And the other thing to note about those last 3 outings, each one has only resulted in 1 hit allowed for the left-hander, as it's been command. 5 walks 2 starts ago against Delmarva. That's his really one blip on that 3-game resume. Taking a look at the lineup for Salem, once again, no Miguel Blaze, Connor.
Yeah, it'll be Nazan Zanatello leading off instead. The top prospect DHing once again. Antonio Anderson will bat behind him. Nelly Taylor Jr., who was almost the hero in Game 1. He launched a 2-run home run to tie things up, bring us into extras. Jose Pastrano would take care of the rest for the Lynchburg Hillcats. Batting 4th, Freely Encarnacion. Batting 5th, Alcantara. Uton 6th, Lugo's 7th. McElvaney back behind doing the catching, batting 8th. Stanley Tucker moving from the outfield into the infield for Game 3. He'll play second, bat 9th.
It'll be Nazan Zanatello who lead things off for Salem. He's batting .250, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. As he's been the table setter, not necessarily the run contributor up to this point in the season. As Clemmy will take a big pause, turn, kick, and deliver tonight's first pitch out wide at 95 miles an hour at 6:33, 74 degrees and sunny. It's a beautiful day for baseball here in Lynchburg. The 1-0 finds the corner. 1 ball, 1 strike, and already I'm noticing a little bit of a different windup, I believe, from Alex Clemmy, just in the way he's turning his body toward home plate. Zanatello golfs it into the right center field gap. Antunez on the run. He's looking up. It hits low off the bottom of the wall. And Zanatello will open up the ball game with a double.
Zanatello, the 8th-rate prospect in the Red Sox organization. He's had a good season at the dish, although a little bit of a smaller sample size. He recently came back from injury in early May, and since he's come back, he's looked really good at the plate. You see that power from the leadoff spot with a leadoff double, so Clemmy is going to have to go from the stretch right away.
Antonio Anderson will step in, already matching the hit total from each of his last 3 starts. As Anderson takes a look at a pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Anderson's batting $127, 2 home runs, 13 RBIs. It hasn't necessarily been an impressive series for him. He led off yesterday's ball game and went 0 for 4. The 0-1 bounced it in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Can understand why they have Anderson in that leadoff spot from time to time. He is 3rd in the Carolina League in walks, tied with Jason Churio at 32, but looks like, for the most part, that's the only way he's finding his way on base as of late.
And yet, so far in this series, he is yet to draw a walk. His only time he's been aboard has been via the air. As the 1-1. Breaking ball wraps around the corner for strike 2. Clemmy, 6'6", 205 from Warwick, Rhode Island. He's the 2nd-round pick of the Guardians in 2023. Clemmy with a slight split step. Now he fires. And a good breaking ball as Anderson swinging through it for out number 1. And Connor, are you noticing the exact same thing I am with this with his new windup, and even when he's coming set, just the way he's positioned.
Yeah, I've noticed it before, but it's definitely much more pronounced and exaggerated this start than what I've seen before. And it's that lead leg of his that's staggered towards the first base line as opposed to his back foot lying on the left part or the third base side of the rubber. But, I mean, whatever works for you. He's been pitching better as of late. If this is part of it, go for it.
In there for a called strike to Nelly Taylor, and it looks like it's allowing him to go straight up into his leg kick instead of having to maybe swing his leg around or contort his body a little bit more. It's just a straight up movement as he comes set. The 0-1 missing a little bit out wide. 1 ball, 1 strike. So we'll keep an eye on that as Clemmy, he's still very young. So they're going to be tweaking different things. This the most notable of anything that we've seen thus far. The 1-1 in there for a strike, 1 and 2.
95 on that one, too. We've continued to see him ramp up the fastball with each start. And, you know, he's always had kind of that classic lanky, lefty, wacky delivery to the plate, which can make him that much more deceptive to a hitter. But when there's that much movement, it can be hard to find consistency in that delivery.
The 1-2 fouled it away.
So the stagger step maybe could be trying to eliminate some of that, find some more consistency to get a repeated motion, which, again, goes back to control, which is the biggest thing.
Absolutely. It could just be an idea of consistency and finding some control on most of his pitches. If he gets loose and if he gets a little bit too out of control, that's where the command issues start to pile up. The 1-2. Got him. Back-to-back strikeouts. This one on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And Clemmy looking sharp after the leadoff double.
The strikeouts have always been there for Clemmy. He's got 41 on this season. He's got 25 walks, which is more than you'd like, but 41 strikeouts is a whole lot for Alex Clemmy. And, I mean, you look at his line down the season, he's averaging 5 to 6 strikeouts a start, and sometimes 3 innings or less. So he's missing a lot of bats.
Fraley Encarnacion watches the first pitch, a fastball on the outside edge for strike 1. And, man, he is filling up the strike zone so far this afternoon. That's the 13th pitch of the ball game. 10 of them have been for strikes. And this is probably at least a very small sample size, the most controlled we've seen Alex Clemmy, at least at home, as he misses up wide. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, and if he's going to work up to 95 on that fastball, with how good his stuff has looked when it is in the zone, I'm perfectly fine with that. Make hitters drive the ball like Zonatello did, because I think more times than not, you're going to see what we've seen the last 2 hitters a lot more than what we saw in the leadoff man, which is 2 back-to-back strikeouts from Clemmy.
The 1-1 went off speed, and Encarnacion swang through it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that's his best pitch right there, that breaking ball. It is absolutely devastating to righties and lefties alike. If he can set that pitch up and rely on that in 2 strike counts, it's a long day for Salem.
Here's the 1-2 from the left-hander. Again! 3 straight to close out the inning, and Clemmy is pumped up as he heads off the mound. He strikes out the side, and we are scoreless heading to the bottom half of the first inning right here on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network. Check out Creative Edge Design Incorporated for your signs, banners, and wrap services. We are a 3M certified graphics installation company backed by a 3M warranty, protecting your graphics against any cracking, fading, or peeling for over 10 years. Your graphics will continue to look exactly like they did on the day they were installed. Visit us at cedi.biz for more information. Creative Edge Designs, custom designs for you.
Are you a fan of fireworks or collecting sports memorabilia? Or maybe instead of the bar, you want to spend your nights at the ballpark. Whatever your passion, the Lynchburg Hillcats have a mini plan package for you. Make sure to secure your tickets for every Thirsty Thursday, Freebie Friday, or Fireworks Show Saturday with one of our dated mini plans. Craving more baseball? Sign up for our 30-game mini plan. Not sure what games you want to go to? The Hillcats offer undated mini plans as well. For more information and to purchase your 2024 mini plan, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
You're listening to the 30th anniversary season of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball.
Matt Duffy. No, not that Matt Duffy. The other Matt Duffy on the bump for Salem in game number 3. Duffy out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. He's off to a pretty solid start this season. 1-3 with a 3.93 ERA. But he was roughed up against the Hillcats earlier this season.
Yeah, the Hillcats, they were able to put 3 runs across in 4 2/3 innings of Duffy. They also launched a home run as well. But his numbers sit at 1-2 record ERA of 3.93. In his last start, he went 5 innings, allowing 3 hits, 3 earned runs. If you look at his numbers, he's a strike thrower. He's not going to hand out many free passes, but living in the zone at times can come back to bite him as he'll get knocked around for extra base hits like we saw last time we played Lynchburg, where the Hillcats were able to hit a home run off Duffy.
Esteban Gonzalez will step in. Duffy as it fouled away for strike number 1. Gonzalez was out of the lineup yesterday. He's batting .268, 4 home runs, 19 RBIs, a cooler pace than what we had earlier this month when he won Player of the Week. The 0-1, a slow roller over towards second. Tucker, an awkward play, will flip on to first and in time for out number 1. Set the defense for Salem.
For Salem, they'll have Anderson at third, Alcantara at short, Tucker playing second, and Encarnacion moving all the way across the diamond. He played at the hot corner yesterday. He'll play first today. McElvaney behind the dish, Uton in left, Taylor Jr. in center, Lugo in right.
Ralphie Velasquez takes one off the outside edge for ball 1. Velasquez batting .275, 7 bombs, 30 RBIs. As Duffy, as it bounced in there, 2 balls and no strikes. Ralphie celebrating his 19th birthday 2 days ago when he doubled twice. The 2-0. Fouled it back to the screen, 2 balls and a strike. He had something that he wanted. Here's the 2-1. Hard chopper foul into the netting, as it'll be 2-2 as the count goes even. Velasquez, one of the youngest players on the Hillcats, takes out wide. Ball 3.
Good at bat here from Ralphie. You know, the power will draw a lot of eyes from Velasquez, but like we talked about, he's 7th in the Carolina League in walks at 26.
The payoff. Just got a piece of it as Duffy took something off. And it remains full. Once again, the 3-2. And it's chopped foul. Velasquez fighting to stay alive. Duffy, the 4th round pick for the Red Sox last year, out of Canisius. The Golden Griffins, a Catholic school up in New York. The 3-2. Upstairs, ball 4. And Velasquez draws a 1-out walk. But Duffy, his younger brother, also at Canisius right now. Matt, however, was the highest drafted player in program history, being taken in the 4th round. So a lot of high hopes for him, not just in the city of Boston and Red Sox fans across the country, but also upstate New York with the Golden Griffins. As Jason Churio swings through strike 1. He's batting .282, 2 home runs, 24 RBIs. Canisius, a consistently solid mid-major ball club. The 0-1. In there for a called strike, 0-2. But Duffy, some of the finest of the bunch. I got a chance to watch some of their baseball this season, and they have a pretty solid pitching staff. They develop pitchers pretty well. And so a lot of hope for Red Sox fans that their 4th round pick out of a small school could develop into a stud. The 0-2
out wide 1-2. And when you look at his numbers, Connor, just the command is what really sticks out. And 27 strikeouts to 7 walks. That's going to benefit him a lot down the line.
Yeah, he fills up the zone. Like I said, he's a strike thrower at times. That can allow to some more hits than you'd like to see, but you know he's not giving out many walks.
Ground ball up the middle into center field as Churio picks up a knock. Velasquez around second. He will head to third, and there's runners at the corners with only one down here in the bottom half of the first inning. So Churio will pick up another base hit after a single in last night's ball game that resulted in a run scored for himself.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
It was a little league inside the park home run with an error by the right fielder. They've changed the decision to a hit for Churio from yesterday's ball game. It's a single to first, but then an error on the right fielder that let it roll all the way to the wall. And Churio came all the way around to touch home. In the 8th inning, Angel Hanau pops up the first pitch he sees into left field. Uton will watch it fall, and probably the smart play. That's going to be a tough angle to try to retire Ralphie tagging and scoring from third.
Yeah, it definitely would have been. Falls foul instead. For Churio, he showcased the speed on that play where it was inside the park home run of sorts. And he's got 16 stolen bases on the season. He's been taking a lot more. And this seemed like a good spot to avoid that double play. Put 2 in scoring position as well for one of the hottest hitters in the Carolina League.
Throwback behind Churio. He's in with a dive. Churio's not going to get too chaotic over at first base. He's a good base runner, but he's not going to take a bigger lead than he necessarily needs. He's only been caught stealing 4 times, and he has 16 stolen bases. The 0-1 he holds, and it misses wide. 1 ball, 1 strike. But I agree. Now's the perfect time to send Churio into motion. As it looks like Christian Knapczyk getting a warning from the home plate umpire that he needs to scoot back a little bit. Can't be that close to home plate. Nevertheless, it's 1-1. Now they throw back behind him again, and he's in with a dive. No tag by Encarnacion. And Churio can take off a little bit freer now, with the 2 pickoff moves already being used. That doesn't mean they can't throw over. It just means they have to get him. With the runner on third, it's not worth the risk, because then it would be a balk if they don't. The 1-1, the runner holds, and Hanau into deep center field. Taylor will backpedal, make the grab, but tagging and coming home is Velasquez. And we talked about it last night with Angel Hanau. Even when he doesn't get hits, he finds productive outs. And right there, another one.
Yeah, and you said it yesterday, Jason. Every time he comes up to the plate, you feel like you're going to see something special over this last 9 games where he's had a base hit in every single contest. Not able to extend it to 10 yet, but he still knocks in an RBI, and he's been doing that at a record pace for Lynchburg. For him, that's number 39 on the season, just 1 spot below the second place finisher in Connor from Kannapolis, who we saw a couple series ago.
Already a throwback over to Churio as Christian Knapczyk digs in. 273 average, 14 RBIs. But Hanau, I mean, we talked yesterday that he could be one of the best players in the Carolina League. As Knapczyk into right field, Lugo will watch it, hook, and out of play as Knapczyk got all of it. It just kept drifting farther and farther foul. But Hanau may be the best player in all of single-A baseball.
Yeah.
You can make the argument there, too. We took a look at some of his numbers last night, and he's plastered all over the top 10 in those categories across all of single-A. It's not just in the Carolina League that he's impressing. It's all across the country right now. And Lynchburg is lucky to have him for the time being. 0-1 on Knapczyk after the loud strike 1. He chops it over toward first. Encarnacion will watch it into his glove and race him to the bag. And the inning is over, but Angel Hanau delivers the sacrifice fly, bringing home Ralphie Velasquez as the Hillcats jump out to a 1-run lead on the Lynchburg Hillcats radio network.
Scientech Systems is your technology partner. Whether it's business class internet, phone and TV, or their world-class IT services, Scientech is here to manage your technology needs so you can focus on what you love to do. Visit scientech.com for a free quote today.
Celebrate the history of America's pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that shaped and changed the game and our country. And relive the careers of legends who have earned the greatest honor in sports. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Alongside Connor Young, here's the voice of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball, Jason Prill.
Well, Alex Clemmy looked sharp in that first inning. And now the Hillcats have given him a one-run advantage as the left-hander struck out 3 batters in the first inning. We mentioned he averages right around 5 strikeouts per ball game, even if he's going 3 innings or less. But so far, he's already got 3 strikeouts, which could set him up for a heck of a night.
Yeah, could set him up for a career day if he was able to continue on that pace or anything close to it. We talked about yesterday for Alonzo Richardson, a guy who relies on his defense a lot. Even in Alex Clemmy's rougher starts, that has not been the case. The majority of the outs he's getting all by himself. But another good thing for Clemmy in that last inning, not only does he retire 3 straight via the strikeout, but also it was a leadoff double that didn't fluster him. He got right back to it. And that's a big thing for a young player like Clemmy, to not get rattled after a leadoff double from one of the best hitters on this Red Sox team.
The left-hander fires it, and it's fouled away by Alcantara for strike 1. And on top of that, to further this discussion about Clemmy, he did that against the strongest part of this Salem lineup.
Yeah.
There's a big drop-off between the first 4 and the bottom 5 in this order today, as it missed high and wide, 1 ball and 1 strike. And you look at the numbers, other than Andy Lugo, who in limited action, everyone else is batting below 250 from 5 down. Breaking ball finds the zone 1 and 2 to Alcantara. And so if you can have that kind of success against the top part of the lineup, you should be able to be pitching with confidence when you get to the bottom part of the lineup. 1-2. He got him! 4 strikeouts for Clemmy.
That breaking ball for Clemmy, like I said, in 2 strike counts, more times than that, that's what you're getting. Or a challenge fastball that comes in at 95. For Clemmy, he's been a strikeout guy, like we've continued to note, but he hasn't had the length to his starts to really rack up a large number. The most he's had in a game is 6. He's already at 4 today.
Ground ball over toward third. It'll be Pastrano, who will sidearm flip it to first. It's bang, bang, and they call him safe. Countless times this week we've seen them call them out on bang-bang plays. But Derek Pacheco says he beat it out for an infield single. And Nathaniel Uton will get aboard for Andy Lugo.
Lugo's been one of their best sneaky hitters in this lineup. He's tied for 3rd with Angel now in doubles in the Carolina League. He's got 12. Still yet to find that first home run of the year.
Clemmy with a long pause. Now he has it fired foul on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. A tick down from where we saw him in the first inning. He was at 95, but now at 94. Sometimes the adrenaline of the first inning can really have you ramping it up. But even 94, he's sitting comfortably above where we've seen him at times this season. We knew he could ramp it up to about 97 when given the opportunity, as the 0-1 misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike, and as I'm talking, he's right back to 95.
Yeah, he's a guy that I think was, if he was coming out of the bullpen for an inning or 2, you'd see him up 97 all day long.
You want to preserve that arm, because it is electric. The 1-1, a look back to first, and Ralphie, fighting the sun, will just grab it and make sure it doesn't get past him. That first base position in this type of weather where there's no clouds in the sky, boy, it's got to be one of the toughest places to play in all of the Carolina League because that sun is beating down on you. The 1-1. Check swing. They appeal. Actually, the home plate umpire, Gustavo Garza, will call it strike 2. So Lugo down in the count. It's a real home field advantage for Lynchburg in the fact that the Salem bullpen and dugout have to face it the entire game. The 1-2. Big swing and a miss. 5 strikeouts for Clemmy as he continues to rack them up in the early going. All 5 outs that have been recorded have been via the K. Going back to the sun. It comes back to bite you if you're Lynchburg when you try to make a throw over to first. And Ralphie, we saw him the other night, he didn't have his sunglasses on, and a ball came over in his direction, and he lost it for a minute. Then he had to put them on, and he's got them on today. See the reflection off the shades as McIlvaney takes a called strike 0-1. He's batting .208, a home run, 4 RBIs.
Salem has struck out the second most in the Carolina League, nearing 500 Ks on the season as a team, 491 as it stands.
Just a little bit low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
So this could be a matchup that favors Clemmy with the way he approaches hitters.
1 aboard, 2 away, top of the second inning, 1-0 advantage for Lynchburg. Here's the 1-1 from the left-hander. It's down and in. 2 balls and a strike. And right there, that's something we haven't seen from Clemmy before.
Yeah.
He was losing a little bit of his fastball command. He got the ball back and took a big breath to compose himself. He's maturing right before our very eyes.
Yeah, that used to be Tony Arnold's job to head out and calm him down.
And right there with the breaking ball, finding the corner, 2-2. What a job Tony Arnold has done this season. We were worried after the first few weeks that the pitching staff was going to be very troublesome, but he has really calmed everyone down and gotten them to be firing on all cylinders. The 2-2 just got a piece of it. And McIlvaney stays alive.
Now you're in the spot for Clemmy after 2 good sliders. I think you could really think about bringing the heat high and tight to McIlvaney. We'll see if he ramps it up.
The 2-2. They'll throw over to first. And nothing doing. Just wanting to keep Uton honest after the 1-out single. 5 strikeouts already for Clemmy. Looking for his 6th. Top of the second inning. The left-hander pauses and fires. Runner breaks, and it's cut on and missed. He's tied his career high, and we're in the second inning. Alex Clemmy, have yourself a ball game, young man. We're going to head to the bottom half of the second inning, with Lynchburg leading it 1-0 on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
The YMCA has been serving Lynchburg and the surrounding community for years. With 2 Central Virginia locations, the YMCA has plenty to offer for kids and adults alike. To join or check out one of the classes, camps, or programs offered by the Y, visit ymcacva.org or stop in at their downtown or Jamerson locations. The YMCA is a proud partner of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball. Hey fans, are you looking to disconnect and enjoy a perfect getaway? Well, let me introduce you to Crabtree Falls Campground. With campsites right on the river, 4 rustic cabins, and bathrooms with hot water, Crabtree Falls Campground is your place to stay this summer. Located just an hour drive from Lynchburg, Crabtree Falls Campground is just a half-mile hike away from the tallest waterfall east of the Mississippi. Visit www.crabtreefallscampground.com or call them at 540-377-2066 to book your stay.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Boy, Alex Clemmy, 6 outs, 6 strikeouts. What a start for the left-hander from Rhode Island. But Matt Duffy is trying to rebound after a pretty long first inning where he walked Velasquez, saw Jason Churio single, and Velasquez score on an Angel Hanau sacrifice fly. He'll face Antunez, Durango, and Lopez. And if Antunez and Durango are 6 and 7 in your lineup, you have a deep squad. Durango's batting .333, Antunez batting .270. That missed down and away for ball one. Antunez up to this point, one of the lowest batting averages in this lineup, which is insane. He lines it right over to first. A good pick by Encarnacion as he'll take it himself for out number one.
Encarnacion, whether he's at third or first, he picks everything on a short hop. I'm pretty sure one time it came back to bite him at third yesterday where he just went right over the baseball. But it's a very dramatic flip of the wrist on the pick, and he's made some nice plays at both positions.
He had a couple errors the other night when he was at first base, but calmed it down later in the ball game as Luis Durango takes a called strike. Durango back in left field after getting the night off yesterday. Still returning from an ankle injury over 20-some days ago. In there for a strike again, 0-2, back-to-back fastballs from Duffy. Durango, he was really starting to heat up before he got hurt. The 0-2. It's fouled away. He's a guy who's been in Lynchburg for parts of 3 seasons now. Last year, didn't get a ton of playing time. The year before, he spent the first half in Lynchburg before spending the second half in the Complex League. The 0-2 misses wide, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And everyone knows about Durango's speed. That's not his question. It was whether or not he could turn his bat around. And he's done it so far this season. He tips it into the glove there for out number 2 as Duffy gets his first K. And Robert Lopez will step in.
Lopez had a bit of a bounce-back performance in Game 1. He went 2 for 5 with an RBI, and he was riding an 0 for 10-plus heading into that at-bat. But it looked like things were a little bit more comfortable for Lopez. Shades of what we saw a little bit earlier in the season.
Duffy pumps it in there. He's relying on that fastball right now to get ahead of guys. As Lopez batting .226, a home run, 15 RBIs. The 0-1, a slow roller towards second. Tucker with a sidearm flip ends the inning. As the Hillcats go 1-2-3 through the second. They lead 1-0 as Alex Clemmy returns to the bump for the third on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Wondering how to buy tickets to minor league baseball games? Look no further than the Bally Live app. Download Bally Live today and you can buy tickets to your favorite minor league baseball games and watch in person. Can't make it to the ballpark? We got you. Watch every minor league baseball game for free on the Bally Live app all season long. Pick your favorite team, track stats, chat with friends, and earn rewards in the Game Center. Download Bally Live from the app or Play Store today.
Hey Lynchburg, we all missed the good old days, which is why the Lynchburg Hillcats are bringing back simpler times, May 28th through June 2nd as the Salem Redsox come to town. For one night only on Thursday, we're bringing back beer pitchers as part of our Thirsty Thursday campaign. That's right, a full pitcher of beer for one low price. Then on Friday, we'll party like it's 1995 with a vintage Hillcat jersey giveaway. On Saturday, we'll shake up the present by wondering what could have been had the 2015 rebrand looked a little different. Get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
You're listening to the 30th anniversary season of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball.
Beer pitcher night at the ballpark. As you see a lot of beer pitchers, specially branded for tonight's ball game, all over the ballpark. $13 to get 64 ounces of beer. And the crowd taking full advantage of every moment. As a great Thursday crowd here in Lynchburg. A pre-sale above what is usual for a Thursday night. And great crowds expected this weekend as well. Get your tickets, lynchburg-hillcats.com. And make sure to check out milbauctions.com as the Lynchburg Skunks jerseys, they're already up for sale on the Lynchburg Hillcats website, or excuse me, the MILB Auctions website. As earlier today, Ralphie Velasquez's jersey was closing in on $500. The current bid, $470. Ralphie Velasquez. Broken bat over toward first. It goes past Velasquez into right field, and Stanley Tucker will lead off the inning with a base knock. Third hit allowed by Clemmy. And also bid on Angel Hanaus and Jason Churios. Theirs are at $200. So you can go ahead. All proceeds from the bidding will go toward a local foster care group trying to help alleviate foster children within our community by providing resources and getting them in safe and dependent homes. As Nazan Zanatello takes a called strike, 0-1. Zanatello doubled in his first plate appearance to open up the ball game when he went into the right center field gap.
Second time through has been an issue of Clemmy's as well earlier in the season.
That miss downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Doesn't have the largest pitch mix for a starter, so it can be easier, I think, for a lineup second time seeing him to kind of hone in on his fastball slider mix. That's what he primarily relies on.
It worked out for him the first time through the order. 6 strikeouts on 6 outs. Now the second time through, we'll see what adjustments Salem makes to piece things together against Clemmy. The 1-1 out wide. 2 balls and a strike.
You know, I'm surprised to see Zanatello going into that DH spot so often. We've seen him there both times in this series, and that's where he's been slotted for the majority of this season. But he's their 8th-ranked prospect in the system. He's listed as a shortstop, but he just doesn't play the field that much. Maybe that's to get him back after the injured list, but even earlier in the season, he was DHing. It's just unusual to me.
Well, the count is now even 2-2, and it's unique to have the DH lead off in a ball game, but that's what they're stuck with Donatello.
That's what the Hillcats have today, too, with Gonzalez.
Wonder how many times that's happened. The 2-2. Called strike 3, and there it is, the new career high for Alex Clemmy. Everything after this will just be a bonus as Clemmy, 7 strikeouts through 2 1/3 innings. It's the first time he's gotten a Red Sox looking. As Antonio Anderson will step in. He goes right back to that fastball, 96 now for strike 1. You have to wonder, what was Donatello looking for in that situation? That was a fastball right down the middle, and Donatello didn't even flinch on it.
Yeah, the only thing I can think, he was sitting slide or got a fastball froze.
It's really the only other option when you're dealing with Alex Clemmy. But in a 2-strike count, a 2-2 count, you'd still almost lean more toward the fastball, I would argue.
Yeah.
The 0-1, runner breaks, and it's in the dirt, gets away from Lopez as he hopped up a bit too quickly to smother it. And that will move Tucker into scoring position, so a stolen base for him, despite the pitch getting away. It's 1-1.
For Tucker, he's been one of their more frequent flyers when it comes to nabbing bases. Number 11, good for 3rd on the team.
Clemmy checks second, now fires. Just missed a little bit high above the belt. 2 balls and a strike. Clemmy about to make his 40th pitch of the ball game. 2-1 on Antonio Anderson. Runner in scoring position, 1 down, 1-run ball game in favor of Lynchburg. In the dirt, 3 balls and a strike. Clemmy a little bit less controlled here in the 3rd inning, going deeper into counts.
His limit this season's been 65. He's been capped at 65 4 different times, so it seems like that's definitely a key number.
They throw behind him and into center field. Thankfully, Tucker didn't have a good read on it and just stayed cuddling with the bag. So no harm, no foul.
Napchik did a good job there. You'll see whoever's covering second do this in that spot, but he kept the tag on Tucker as if he still had that baseball, which I think kind of helped mislead Tucker into staying put as well.
The 3-1 in the dirt. Ball 4. First walk issued by Clemmy. The first time he's given up 2 base runners in an inning. As Nelly Taylor Jr., who was 0 for 1, will step in.
Well, for Clemmy, if there's ever a time to record an out in a way other than the strikeout, you sure would take a ground ball here. Get yourself out of the inning with 1 pitch. Nelly Taylor, though, he's a tough guy to turn 2 against. He's quick and great bat-to-ball skills. We've seen him elevate a baseball already this series as well. He hit a 2-run shot at the top of the 9th to tie things in Game 1.
The first pitch flared into left field. Durango racing back, now charging over. Dives, can't make the play. He took a bad route, but they'll only be able to advance 1 base as Tucker froze on the fly ball. But Taylor will pick up the single. Durango looks like he just never saw it. It was in between sun and shadows. And when you get caught in that type of situation, it can be hard to pick up the baseball. So now the bases are loaded. Only 1 down. Clemmy gives a signal to the umpire to say, hey, watch me come set. As Encarnacion fouls it away for strike 1. And I think what he's doing there is saying, hey, don't call a balk. I'm going out of my windup and not my stretch with the runner on third. So making sure everybody's on the same page. The 0-1 in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now it's a lonely place for Durango in left field. There's nowhere to hide after misplaying a baseball like that. Bases loaded. The 1-1 topped out the plate, but foul for strike 2.
He got Encarnacion swinging in the top of the first to end the inning. He was the 3rd in a run of 4 straight strikeouts. And if you're Clemmy, that's what you're looking for here in a 1-2 count.
The left-hander rocks, kicks, fires. Fouled at the plate again. And Encarnacion stays alive. Big moment here in the ball game. Really feels like very early on, but could be a turning point depending on how the rest of this inning unfolds.
Encarnacion's been one of the few Red Sox to do some damage against Lynchburg this series. He went 2 for 4 yesterday.
2-strike pitch. Little low, 2-2. Clemmy couldn't get him to chase the off-speed. Wind blowing out toward right field. Left-hander into the motion. And a broken bat. Liner dropped by Clemmy. He'll look home and get the out there. As Clemmy had it in his glove, popped out of his glove, flipped it off the end of his glove, and had it fall on the ground. And because of all the confusion, Tucker couldn't decide whether to go home or go to third. As Clemmy saving a run, knocking it down. Encarnacion gets aboard on the fielder's choice. He barreled it up right at the pitcher. As Marvin Alcantara 0 for 1, grounds it over towards short. Hanau will go across the diamond, and the inning is over. Boy, the composure from Clemmy today, getting out of that type of jam, and even when the ball comes right back at him, he stuck with it. We'll step aside. We go to the bottom half of the third inning. Lynchburg leading it 1-0 in the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Lynchburg Hillcats are ready for a summer of fun with a fresh slate of weekly promotions for you and your family to enjoy. Every Tuesday, get a free ticket to the next Tuesday home game as part of our 2 for Tuesday promotion. Wednesday is Weenie Wednesday with hot dog deals each week, and Thursday we'll bring back our traditional Thirsty Thursday with drink specials all night long. On Friday, join us for Freebie Friday for a new giveaway each week. We'll have fireworks every Saturday night, and kids can eat free each Sunday during the season. Get your tickets today at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at wyndhamrewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit wyndhamrewards.com for more details.
Alongside Connor Young, here's the voice of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball, Jason Prill.
It's 1-0 in favor of the Hillcats, but what a job by Alex Clemmy in the top of the third inning, loading up the bases and then able to get out of it. That composure that we saw in that frame, we're seeing a different Alex Clemmy than we've seen all season.
Yeah, the 7 strikeouts, I mean, that's the headliner for the start so far for Clemmy, right? But you go back to that comebacker with the bases loaded. He drops the line drive, and you can see on the face of Alex Clemmy a bit of panic set in, like, oh no. But he was still able to make the throw back to home, which might seem simple, but how many errors have we seen from a pitcher, especially a throwing error this season, Jason? For him to make that play, that was huge.
Jose Pastrano takes a called strike 0-1. The last time we saw Pastrano, he was being mobbed at home plate after a walk-off home run. As he spits on one down low, but they say he went around for strike 2. Pastrano, a 3-hit performance on Tuesday evening. .150 batting average, 1 home run, 12 RBIs. But you're exactly right, Connor. Going back to Alex Clemmy, the composure, just to be able to stick with it on a line drive right to you when all sorts of chaos is happening all around you. Misses wide, ball 1. That's maturity. That's understanding the situation. That's not rushing yourself. There's a lot of guys, they probably would have tried to rush their throw to home and made an error. Pastrano, an upward swing, first base side, and it lands out of play. McIlvaney gave it a look. Pastrano, it was a career day for him the other night. 2-2. He finished a triple shy of the cycle. He had 1 extra base hit coming into the ball game. He left with 3. A double and a home run. Out wide, and he's back in this at-bat, a full count. So some patience being shown by the Hillcats' number 9 hitter. Here it comes. Fouled away. Good job to stay alive by Pastrano. The 3-2, and Pastrano offered at it well outside the zone, and McIlvaney kept it in his glove for out number 1. Pastrano just flailing away at that one.
Hasn't been as flashy of a performance from Matt Duffy, but especially since that first inning, he's really turned things around. He's set down 5 straight Hillcats in order, which brings up Esteban Gonzalez, who, biggest thing for him this season's been the power. He's slugging .425 with 4 home runs. You know you're going to get a lot of stolen bases. He's got 21, tied for first in the league. But the 11 extra base hits, that's something you didn't know you were going to get.
My fear is, though, with a guy like Gonzalez, you go on a bit of a power surge, and you lose your ability to get on base.
Yeah, you get a taste for blood. You're swinging for the fences.
And if you look at the Red Sox outfield, they're all pulled in. As that missed downstairs, ball 3. It is shallow all across the outfield for Esteban Gonzalez. Clearly not afraid of that slugging percentage you just talked about. The 3-0 found the zone, 3-1. So if he can hit it over somebody's head, he could run for a little bit of time. As Duffy, into his motion, fires. Fouled back to the screen, and the count goes full. And sometimes those extra base hits can make you want to overswing. And Gonzalez has really cooled off. The 3-2, little dribbler right at home plate. It'll stay in the batter's box. As will Gonzalez. Duffy delivers. Roped foul. As Gonzalez well out in front of a changeup.
Much better at bat from Gonzalez than what we saw leading off the bottom of the first. He swung at the first pitch in that at bat, and he does that a lot, even when he's batting leadoff. If he sees a pitch he likes, he'll have a go at it. And like you said, he's one that swings out of his shoes just about every swing.
The 3-2. As he did it again there, almost lost his helmet, which has become commonplace for him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Duffy. As Ralphie Velasquez will step in, he holds the lone run of the day for Lynchburg after walking in the first inning. Velasquez with 7 home runs on the season. Watches the first one miss down and away for ball 1. He hasn't really been consistent with the long ball. They've come in spurts, It feels like.
2 a game whenever he hits them.
And that one hit him. As Velasquez will make the painful trot down to first. Nothing malicious. Just losing a bit of command with the fastball. As Jason Churio, who's 1 for 1, will step in.
Well, we talked about how controlled Duffy has been this season. He only has 7 walks on the season coming into today. But in his last start against Fayetteville, he hit 3 batters.
That's a sign of losing some of that control and command as Churio misses down and away for ball 1. But you'll live with the hit batters when you go 5 innings and only give up 3 runs and keep yourselves and keep your team in the ball game. The 1-0. Breaking ball finds the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Don't expect Ralphie to be running. The 1-1. A little bit high and wide. 2 balls and a strike. Though Ralphie, he's not a stranger to running. He does have 4 stolen bases this season. As the 2-1, a little roller up the first baseline. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
When you play for Lynchburg, you're expected to run. They're second in the Carolina League in stolen bases. They've got 110 on the year.
Churio steps out and calls time. Lynchburg leading it 1-0. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Velasquez takes his lead off at first. A 2-2 count on Churio for Matt Duffy. The right-hander fires, and Churio stays alive. Angel Hanau waits on deck. If Churio can pass the baton to him. Duffy at 50 pitches has it lined into left field. Uten will straddle over and secure it to end the inning. The hit batter does no damage as the Hillcats will hand the ball back to Alex Clemmy for the 4th inning. Connor Young will have you for the middle 3 on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
There's a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and memorable moments. Make your plans today for July 19th through the 22nd for the induction of Adrian Beltre, Todd Helton, Jim Leland, and Joe Maurer, the class of 2024. Visit baseballhall.org today for the entire schedule. See you in Cooperstown.
You've probably heard the old saying, the best things in life are free. But do you believe it? The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make sure you and your kids do. Sign your kids up for Southpaw's free Kids Club and experience the best free activity your money can't buy. All Kids Club members receive complimentary tickets to 5 designated Kids Club games, Virginia 529 Fun Zone passes for the whole season, and exclusive autograph sessions with players. Kids 12 and under can sign up at lynchburg-hillcats.com to activate their Kids Club membership today.
It's time for a quick check of the Carolina League scoreboard. Back inside Bank of the James Stadium, here's Jason Prill.
1-0 Lynchburg as we head towards the 4th inning. Look around the Carolina League. 2-1 down east lead Fredericksburg in the top of the 4th inning in Fredericksburg. And it's a 1-1 series. Down east took game 1. Fredericksburg responded with a 5-3 win in game 2. Carolina, they've taken both from Delmarva, though it's been a closely contested series. The Mudcats up 1-0 there. Fayetteville and Augusta, bottom third, 1-0 Woodpeckers. Kannapolis and Columbia just getting going. That game started at 7. They're in the bottom of the first. Kannapolis already has struck for 3. They've been one of the best offenses in the Carolina League in the month of May. Myrtle Beach and Charleston. The River Dogs up 2-0 over the Pelicans. Back here in the Hill City, though, Alex Clemmy has had some of his best stuff we've seen in a Hillcats uniform.
He has looked mighty sharp, Connor. 7 strikeouts through 3 innings of work, and he worked himself out of a bases-loaded jam in the 3rd inning. Back out here for the 4th, just over 50 pitches, so we would assume based on his pitch count so far that he will only make it through the 4th if he can get through it. But you never know. Maybe they'll give him a little bit of a longer leash today. We shall find out.
If the 65-pitch threshold remains true, he would have 14 pitches left on his leash, as that's close away from Uten. However, ruled a ball by Gustavo Garza, so the count will go to 2-0 to the left fielder. Picked up the single in the top of the 2nd. The 2-0, once again, right near the black on the left side of home plate. No room for Alex Clemmy. The count will move to 3-0. Forced to challenge Uten. Ball 4. 4 pitches and a leadoff walk to Nathaniel Uten to start off the top of the 4th.
Only the 2nd walk issued by Alex Clemmy. We saw him try to overthrow it there a little bit. And a little bit less controlled than he was in the first 3 innings, just with his windup, which may have contributed to that walk.
It's just a 1-run lead for Lynchburg. That'll bring up Andy Lugo, who struck out in his first plate appearance. He took an 0-for-4 yesterday with a strikeout in that game as well. Lynchburg, they control the series against Salem in 2024 to 7-1 advantage on the year for the Cats. Lugo, the righty. Check swing at the first pitch. He gets away from Lopez. Uten will advance a base. As now, with no outs in the inning, Nathaniel Uten with good speed after a leadoff walk, 180 feet away for the back half of the Salem order.
You mentioned it's a 1-run game, and Lynchburg struggles in 1-run games. They're 2-10 on the season as Tony Arnold wants to go out and talk with Alex Clemmie, who's starting to lose a little bit of that command that was so sharp in the first 3 frames.
Tony Arnold will talk things over with the 18-year-old from New England. Tony Arnold cracked the majors in 1986 with Baltimore. Since then, he's coached at every level of minor league baseball, including 3 different stops in Lynchburg. He'll be side by side with Jordan Smith for another year, as Robert Lopez will join in on the meeting. It's a quick one. Tony Arnold will hustle back to the dugout as Gustavo Garza was about to usher him out of the game. 1-0 to Andy Lugo at the dish. Just 2 walks today for Alex Clemmie, which is 1 more than he had against Fredericksburg on May 24th, his last start, where he went 5 innings. Unlikely we'll see him go that long. You can thank the 7 strikeouts for that. The 1-0 finds the strike zone. The first strike of the inning for Alex Clemmie.
Yeah, you're right. 5 straight balls to open up the frame. And probably a good mound visit there from Tony Arnold, just trying to settle him down, get him back on track, and get him pitching with confidence yet again.
The 1-1, high and tight, 94 miles an hour.
It's hard to pitch with a 1-run lead because you still feel like you have to control everything and you have to be perfect. You don't have to be flawless. You have plenty of baseball left, and so just execute and let your team carry some of the slack.
Does feel like Salem's breathing down your neck, especially with a runner on second. Check swing, low motion to Pacheco. Count will go 3-1 once again. Alex Clemmie 1 pitch away from back-to-back walks.
And they've had a runner on base in every inning so far. So no clean innings for Clemmie despite the 7 strikeouts and the scoreless ball game.
Clemmie does lead the club in walks with 27 on the season. This is dribbled up the third base line. Pastrana will charge. It's actually off the foot of Lugo. So started in foul play, worked its way back. Nevertheless, strike 2. The count will go full to the right fielder.
Probably caught a break on that one. Clemmie slipped off the mound trying to get there, and Pastrana was playing back with the right-hander at the plate.
Clemmie looks in, gets the sign from Lopez. Go ready at the belt. It's a payoff pitch with a runner in scoring position. 1-run game here in the top of the 4th. Strike 3 and strikeout number 8 for Alex Clemmie.
Second strikeout for Lugo, and he just went with that fastball again and painted the inside part of the corner. And not sure what this conversation's about. Maybe trying to get on the same page in terms of signage with the runner on second. But nevertheless, good sign from Clemmie, a good bounce back pitch to retire Lugo.
He had to work his way back from a 3-1 count. That'll bring up Daniel McIlvaney, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He was strikeout victim number 6. So he'll bat from the right side. The lefty Clemmie looks back to Uton before delivering to Lopez. It's outside for ball 1. Lynchburg on their longest win streak of the season, 5 straight games. 1 game away from securing the split against Salem in just game 3 here in this 6-game series in the Hill City. Sliders, or it's a fastball, excuse me, with good run to it, as it started in below the hands of McIlvaney and ended up dropping right on the inside half. That one coming in at 93. Fastest we've seen from Clemmie today, 95, and he was sitting at that velocity. 94 this time, away for ball 2. 2-1 count.
The inside corner has been his go-to for this inning, and he regained some of that confidence that has wavered from the 3rd inning on. But he's been pumping it right on that corner and has been getting the call. We'll see if he returns back to it here.
The 2-1. Picture perfect. Paints the outside corner on a slider in at 80. And that breaking ball, he'll vary in how hard he throws that. You'll see it up near 84. You'll see it drop to 80. So it just adds some more dynamics to that already filthy slider. And it's a 2-2 to McIlvaney, the catcher. Count will go full, not too tempting for McIlvaney.
He just hit the 65 pitch mark, did Clemmy. We'll see how long Tony Arnold and Jordan Smith want to let him go.
Could definitely be seeing his last batter in what's been a fantastic start. It is ball 4, second walk of the inning, the third of the game. And Jordan Smith will walk out and take the ball back from Clemmy. But 8 strikeouts for Alex Clemmy in back-to-back solid starts, although both runners, Nathaniel Uton at second base and Daniel McIlvaney, are runners responsible for Alex Clemmy. Both reach via the walk. We'll join you back on Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network when we come back.
Summer has arrived at Bank of the James Stadium as the Lynchburg Hillcats return home to square off against the Augusta Green Jackets June 11th through the 16th. On Friday, you're going to want to be here early as we're giving away bobbleheads for former Hillcat and MLB Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber. On Saturday, we're raising money for cancer research with our fireworks show. Then on Sunday, we say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there with a celebratory pig roast. Don't miss the kickoff to summer and get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com. You've probably heard the old saying, the best things in life are free. But do you believe it? The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make sure you and your kids do. Sign your kids up for Southpaw's free Kids Club and experience the best free activity your money can't buy. All Kids Club members receive complimentary tickets to 5 designated Kids Club games, Virginia 529 Fun Zone passes for the whole season, and exclusive autograph sessions with players. Kids 12 and under can sign up at lynchburg-hillcats.com to activate their Kids Club membership today.
You are listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Abel Brito will enter the game for Lynchburg. He'll have runners on first and second due to a pair of walks in the top of the 4th inning. Thanks to Alex Clemmy, but Clemmy, another fantastic start, Jason. As you can tell, he's settling in to single-A baseball.
He's growing in confidence. He wasn't supposed to even start the season in Lynchburg, but he ended up getting assigned to the Hill City and struggled out of the gate, but is slowly starting to find that confidence and that swagger that you want from a guy who could be a top end of the rotation type arm. And great to see him today pick up the 8 strikeouts, though he did walk 3 rather, and 2 of them coming in this inning. We were still pleased with the numbers that he put up today. Hopefully Brito can get them through this inning and carry them through what has been a tumultuous middle innings this season.
For Clemmy, the walks have been the issue. As you noted, 2 this inning, 3 in the game. The same can be said for Brito. He got 14 walks in comparison to 17 strikeouts. His last outing was pretty good. So he'll throw over to Napchik, covering the bag at second. 1 inning of work, just 1 hit and a strikeout. No walks, no runs. Stanley Tucker into the box for Salem. He singled against Alex Clemmy, one of 4 hitters to reach base via the base hit.
He took it the other way in his first plate appearance, just a ground ball up the first base line. Nothing too complicated to it, and he's got that space over there again if he decides to go the other way.
It's 1-0 count. Brito will pinpoint the outside corner. Some help from the frame job of Robert Lopez. Count will leave it up at 1-1. Forces at third, second, and first for the Hillcat infield. Here's the pitch. Pop straight up out of play. Lopez doesn't even leave his squat to chase it. Brito gets ahead on the season. Brito, 2 wins, no losses, an ERA of 4.82. Big improvement from one season ago. ERA near 8, 7.59 on the year, 3 losses, no wins. This is loop to center. Jason Churio will record the second out of the inning. Tagging is Uton, as Churio will flash the arm. Pastrana will have to move off the bag and into the grass to receive the throw. No advancement from McIlvaney at first.
Productive out for Stanley Tucker. He just did his job. Hit it into center field, and a good heads-up base running play by Nathaniel Uton. As he goes second to third, and now the tying run 90 feet away in the top of the 4th inning.
Nazan Zanatello, 1 for 2 with a double and a strikeout. In game 1, he went 1 for 5 with 2 strikeouts, and this is a top of the order, although dangerous in their own right, that is missing Miguel Blaze, and I think you really feel that absence. This is going to get past Lopez, and a run will score to tie the ball game on a wild pitch. You never want to see a game get evened up without the hitter having to put in work, as Brito just completely lost grip on that breaking ball.
Typically, Lopez, an outstanding defender as a catcher, but he struggled a little bit tonight. Already 2 wild pitches in this inning alone, and he's had a couple others skirt away from him. You're so close to getting out of the inning unscathed, and now Clemmy will be settled with a no decision.
1-0 count to leadoff man Zanatello. That's dangerously close to the 3rd wild pitch of the inning. Lopez a little bit more ready to make the stop. 2-0 count to the leadoff man, who is dangerous as they come when you look at the Salem lineup. McIlvaney, on the previous wild pitch that scored Uton, advanced to second. So a runner still in scoring position for Zanatello. The 2-0 offering. A slider that sweeps from the inside half and ends up on the outside part of the plate. Finds the strike zone. Brito steals a strike on a good-looking slider. 2-0 away. Already one across the board for Salem. This is lasered to Angel Hanau, who will eat the throw after it kicks off the heel of his glove. He's going for a backhanded play deep in the hole. Everyone's safe. Should be a base hit for Zanatello, the second of the game.
Good job with Hanau sticking with it. Oftentimes in those scenarios, you can get caught expecting it to go somewhere completely different. He was able to barehand it, and if Zanatello was any slower, he probably would have made the throw to first. But instead, he decided to eat it and go back to third. But he did end up keeping it on the infield, which is when it's important if you're not going to be able to smother it.
2 down, runners on the corner for Antonio Anderson, who in his last plate appearance picked up his 33rd walk of this season, which separates him from Jason Churio for the 3rd best spot in the Carolina League. Tony Arnold, it feels like we just saw him, but he'll take another walk out. This time, instead of meeting Alex Clemmy, it'll be Abel Brito.
Already 3 mound visits in this inning alone. Tony Arnold's been busy. Robert Lopez went out earlier in this inning to talk with Clemmy. And now we're going out to talk with Brito in a 1-1 ball game, as Brito really trying to get out of this inning. It looks like Tony Arnold talking more with Angel Hanau than he was with Brito to start the conversation.
Tony Arnold giving some words of wisdom to the Hillcats infield, as well as his reliever, Abel Brito. Brito, he's already gone for 9 pitches. He's been a guy that is usually limited to an inning or 2. However, in this spot, you would think Jordan Smith would like to get some more distance out of the righty. It's a 1-0 count to Antonio Anderson, one of the more patient hitters in this Salem lineup. And he's also one of the higher prospects on this team, ranked number 18 in the Boston system. The 1-0, a little low, according to Gustavo Garza. Anderson, we saw him play shortstop yesterday, 3rd base today. That's where he primarily plays, the hot corner. That's been his home. The 2-0. Swing and a miss, 84 miles an hour on the breaking ball. Antonio Anderson was ready for a heater in at 94, up on the hand. Swing right over top of it. Brito slowly inches his way back in the count. 2 down with runners on the corner. 1-1 ball game after one came across for Salem. 93 this time. Down and in. Same result for Anderson. He's right over top of it. Not able to make contact as it's 2s across the scoreboard in a 1-1 game here in the top of the 4th. Robert Lopez will give a sign to his infield. You got to think this is in regard to the 1st and 3rd situation the Hillcats find themselves in. However, they haven't felt the need to talk things over till 2 strikes were on the board. Zanatello, good speed at first. He stays put. Count moves full.
Runners will get a head start with the 3-2 pitch. If Anderson can put one in the outfield, Zanatello enough speed that he can make some dangerous maneuvers.
Brito looks to keep it tied. The payoff, runners take off. And a swing and a miss from Antonio Anderson, his 2nd strikeout of the day. The first for Abel Brito, and he's able to keep McIlvaney and Zanatello in place. We're knotted up, headed to the bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 here in the Hill City.
Hey, Hillcats fans. Has your big bank just closed its doors? Come on over to Bank of the James. We make banking better in just 3 easy steps. First, stop by Bank of the James to open your account. Second, bring your current checking statement so we can help you with recurring transactions. And third, enjoy banking the way it should be. Why Bank of the James? We're your strong, local bank, and we're committed to you. Putting community first for 24 years. Come on over to Bank of the James.
Are you a fan of fireworks or collecting sports memorabilia? Or maybe instead of the bar, you want to spend your nights at the ballpark? Whatever your passion, the Lynchburg Hillcats have a mini plan package for you. Make sure to secure your tickets for every Thirsty Thursday, Freebie Friday, or Fireworks Show Saturday with one of our dated mini plans. Craving more baseball? Sign up for our 30-game mini plan. Not sure what games you want to go to? The Hillcats offer undated mini plans as well. For more information and to purchase your 2024 mini plan, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Back inside Bank of the James Stadium for the middle innings, here's Connor Young.
The Toronto, Ontario native, Matt Duffy, back on the mound to approach the bottom of the 4th, where he'll be met with the heart of the Lynchburg order. Angel Hanau, Christian Napchik, Wilfredo Antunez, and Jason, during this 5-game hit streak, especially Hanau and Antunez, but Napchik as well, that middle of the order has been propelling the Hillcats to be as hot as they've been, and you got to look to the offense as the number one reason.
It's the heart of this team. It's why they have the most dangerous lineup in all of the Carolina League. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters. I mean, you can even go up to number 2 with Ralphie Velasquez. These guys are just so consistent, and they hit, and they come into the ballpark every day with a business mindset, trying to get better. And not just trying to get better, but trying to come to the ballpark and finding ways to win. And you love to see that from your leaders like Angel Hanau and guys like Christian Napchik, who's on deck, because that's going to be a difference maker in this season. Is when guys are able to step up. And even more than that, when you give up an unearned run, like you did there in the 4th inning, how do you rebound? How do you recover? How do you bounce back to retake that lead? Because I guess it wasn't an unearned run, but it was a wild pitch. But how do your leaders in this middle of the order is going to set the table, or they need to set the table, and they have for the last 5 games, if not more.
The 2-1 rolled. The second baseman, Tucker, charging, but the ball goes under his glove. Angel Hanau to second base, as sauntering in is Lugo, the right fielder, and it's an interesting way to start off the inning, but an effective one for Lynchburg. And Jason, you're right. Alex Clemmie has one of his best starts of the season, although he's going to be saddled with a no decision due to the run that comes across somewhat in part to Angel Hanau, who you could argue had a chance to end the inning with that play at shortstop. And you know the middle of this order, 4, 5, 6, Hanau, Napchik, and Tunez, they want to pick up Clemmy, who has struggled early on in the season, as to be expected for a youngster like Clemmy is, just 18 years of age. And this is a chance here in the bottom of the fourth to bounce back and put some insurance on the board.
Yeah, and he got lucky there. It was a slow roller. It was going to be a tough play at first base.
Jumping up and making the play is the shortstop Alcantara, as Christian Napchik went the other way, looking to slice one over the head of the shortstop. One down.
Nice play there by Alcantara. He read it well. Angel Hanau had to scamper back to the bag. He thought it was over his head and quickly had to throw on the brakes.
It is a single awarded to Angel Hanau, so that hit streak will hit double digits, 10 straight games. 5-game win streak for Lynchburg, a 10-game hit streak for Angel Hanau. Wilfredo Antunez, he's got a hit streak of his own going, 8 straight. He's 0 for 1 today. The 1-0 from Duffy. Blasted foul to the right of Erland Serta, the first base coach. That ball will be retrieved by a member of the Red Sox bullpen. Gustavo Garza will make sure it's cleared before resuming play. One count to Antunez. The 1-1. In there for a strike. Antunez, average of .268 on base percentage, in the 340s, slugging percentage in the mid 420s. So he's been doing it all, getting on base, hitting for power here and there. And he skies one. Shallow right field, calling off as the second baseman Tucker. And now it'll be up to Luis Durango with 2 outs. And Angel Hanau still at second base, where he led off the bottom of the 4th inning.
You have to be able to capitalize in these situations. At the very least, it's disappointing that they haven't even gotten him over to third yet. That's the calling card. If there's a runner in scoring position, the next batter, the next 2 batters have to figure out a way to get him 90 feet closer at the very minimum. They haven't been able to do that. Disappointing so far for Lynchburg.
Luis Durango flares one into shallow left. And Uten, it's playable. Just barely in foul play, Uten watches it into the glove as Angel Hanau stranded at second, as we're still tied 1-1 here in Lynchburg, the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
The Virginia Commonwealth Games are back this summer in Lynchburg, Virginia, on the campus of Liberty University. Be a part of the tailgate party and opening ceremonies kickoff celebration. For more information, visit commonwealthgames.org.
Tonight's broadcast is directed and produced by Virch. Virch elevates your broadcast by supplementing your production staff with experienced switchers and operators. The graphics you're seeing on our broadcast tonight are powered by Virch's all-new graphics engine, offering advanced stats and personalized graphics on a budget. Visit www.virch.co to give your fans the next-gen viewing experience.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Kyle Scott entrusted with the 5th inning and hopefully beyond for Jordan Smith. And he comes into a 1-1 ball game here in Game 3, where the Hillcats had the advantage in the 6-game series 2-0, and an advantage in the season series 7-1. For Kyle Scott, the righty, he comes in hoping to get some length out of the reliever. We talked about it. Brito, he's a guy that you're not going to see him go more than an inning, usually. But for Scott, he's someone that you can expect to get a couple of innings of work at least when he comes out of the pen.
Yeah, you expect him to be able to give you a little bit of length. However, the home run has been his Achilles heel this season. He surrendered 5 of them. That's tied for most allowed on the season with Yorman Gomez, and he hasn't pitched as many innings, nearly as many innings as Gomez. So the home run ball has really been a problem spot and a trouble point for Kyle Scott. We'll see how he does today against the middle of the order for Salem.
His last outing was a 4-inning save against Fredericksburg on May 24th. He allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and a home run in that game. And Nelly Taylor called timeout, didn't get it in time from Gustavo Garzo, which allows Kyle Scott to lay in a 91-mile-an-hour fastball right down the heart of the plate that Nelly Taylor had stepped out of the box for. So Scott steals a strike, and Nelly Taylor will respond with a swing playable for Durango. Durango still struggling, it seems, with getting back in the outfield. He was fighting that ball all the way in.
You have to imagine that the big pine tree in left field with the sun setting is causing some major problems for Durango and his eyesight. When the ball's going between shadows, sunshine to shadows again, it can be hard to track and follow.
That'll bring up Fraley Encarnacion, batting .289. This one's sent into shallow right, trending foul. Long strike one to start off the at-bat for Encarnacion, playing first base today. We saw him at third yesterday. Him and Alcantara, the 4 and 5 hitters in game 2, and the same today. One night ago, combined for 2 hits each, and were the lone contributors on the scoreboard for Salem. Encarnacion the run, Alcantara the RBI.
They did most of the damage against Alonzo Richardson, really the entire Hillcats pitching staff. And they've kept up the pace so far today. Each of them has been aboard one time. Or excuse me, Encarnacion beginning aboard one time. Alcantara has yet to get aboard.
Kyle Scott on the season, an average against of .259. This is fouled back against the netting. Couldn't keep up with the 92-mile-an-hour fastball, could Encarnacion, so he'll fall behind in the count 1-2 with 1 down after the Nelly Taylor Jr. fly out. 4 hits for the visiting Red Sox, just 2 for Lynchburg. Trying to get him fishing. It's a curveball down in the dirt. Tempting pitch. Nevertheless, Encarnacion lays off. The right decision will move to 2-2. The offer. Fouled back again. Tough to know what Encarnacion's looking for there as he's late on a 78-mile-an-hour curveball on the inside half, waist high. You know, that's a pitch that Kyle Scott could certainly give up a home run on. Not that one, though. That's 92 miles an hour in paint. Strikeout number 1 for Kyle Scott.
Beautiful pitch on the outside corner. Scott just went back with a fastball after a couple of curveballs, and Encarnacion was caught looking as it just wrapped around the edge. Round number 2.
A lot of strikeouts in the book for Salem. This is chopped to Jose Pastrano. He'll barehand, fire across, but not in time. Velasquez has to come off the bag to prevent extra bases for Marvin Alcantara, who will pick up a base hit in back-to-back days.
Sometimes it's not about how hard you hit the ball. We talk about exit velocity all the time, but sometimes you just have to hit it soft and hit a little dribbler. Pastrano was going to have to make a tough play. He tried to barehand it, and he fielded it cleanly, just not nearly in time with Alcantara running down the line.
2-out single for Alcantara as he tries to keep the Red Sox hope alive in the top of the 5th inning. Uten spits on a fastball that was close for Scott. Ball 1. Infield shifted to the right side of the diamond. Pastrano, a couple steps to the left to where the shortstop usually lines up. Playing Uten to pull. Uten, yet to be retired. Singled in the top of the 2nd, walked in the 4th. Also the lone run. The 1-0 on the outside for strike one.
This game has really crawled to a halt these last few innings as Salem beginning to put together better at-bats than they were early in the ball game. Since the third inning, a lot of their at-bats have gone deep into the count. They're being more patient at the plate. They're seeing more pitches and putting balls in play.
1-1 chopped. Foul down the third base side and out of play. So Scott will get ahead. Uten bats .250, 4 home runs, 23 RBIs. Bit of a hidden gem in this lineup, especially in the back five, like you talked about, Jason. For Lynchburg, we continue to talk about getting production from that half of the lineup, especially the lower third. Same could be said for Salem. You need those guys to step up. Uten, though, has been good today, and he's been solid this season, and he works a 2-2 count. Looking to keep the 2-out rally chugging ahead. Pardon me. 2-2 count. 2 down. Count goes full on a non-competitive pitch from Kyle Scott.
Not a good pitch there. He went with the fastball and lost control of it. Went well outside. No enticement for Uten.
Might as well have been a pitch out. Alcantara leads off first. He's singled. He'll take off with the 3-2 count. Fouled off by Uten, so we'll have to do it again. A home run ball for Kyle Scott's been an issue, but he's not alone on this Hillcats roster. They lead the Carolina League in home runs allowed in the 40s. We'll do the 3-2 again. It's close. Either way, Jordan Smith and Liam Carroll are going to be upset with the call. It puts Gustavo Garza in a tough spot, but Liam Carroll wins out. Goes in favor of the Sox. It's back-to-back base runners with 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning for Kyle Scott, and it'll bring up Andy Lugo, who's got 2 strikeouts in an 0-for-2 day.
That was right on the corner. And Gustavo Garza just would not give Kyle Scott the call. And I think it was the correct decision, but one that Kyle Scott desperately wanted to have.
It's a fresh count for Andy Lugo. Kyle Scott forced to stop mid-delivery, holds onto the ball. That's always scary for an elbow.
When you have to snap that back and try to keep yourself from releasing it, yeah, that is dangerous. Pitch clock violation, though, puts him behind in the count.
Launch into deep left. Luis Durango into the shadows will make the play. So Kyle Scott wasn't without its messes, but he gets out of the top of the 5th unscathed as Salem strands 2. 1-1 ball game here in the Bank of the James Stadium. Home half of the 5th inning coming up next.
Lynchburg Regional Airport is going strong. For many years now, Lynchburg's low fares have been among the most competitive in the area, and our conveniently scheduled flights offer easy connections on American Airlines through Charlotte to over 170 nonstop destinations worldwide. So, check the great round-trip airfares currently being offered by visiting flylyh.com today and click Book Now. Prices are subject to change without notice, and certain restrictions apply. Advance purchase is required, and availability is limited. We're ready when you're ready. Check Lynchburg first.
We get it. Finding activities for groups can be difficult. The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make your life easier with our special group outings packages. No matter your group, spend the night out at the ballpark enjoying baseball with your favorite people. All group ticket packages come with discounted tickets, a PA and video board welcome, and the possibility for first pitches and on-field activities. Want to make the night extra special? Sign up for a group picnic and let the Hillcats take care of the details. For more information on groups or picnics, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Back inside Bank of the James Stadium for the middle innings, here's Connor Young.
15-11 in the month of May are the Lynchburg Hillcats. 5 of those wins coming in consecutive fashion. Here in Game 3, we've got a good one. Low scoring. as it has been for the majority of this series. We're still tied 1-1. Robert Lopez will stroll up to the dish to lead off the inning, and Matt Duffy out there for another.
Duffy's been sharp. He's looked pretty good out there. He's rebounded after the long first inning. Since then, Lynchburg hasn't really been able to piece anything together off of him.
First pitch strike to Lopez, who last season still ground one foul. This just shows the difference in the team, I think. And Jason, you would know this better than I would. 6 homers on the season, which was near the top of the leaderboard for the Hillcats in 2023. But this year, it's a whole different story.
It is. He's not seeing the ball as well. And maybe he's pressing a little bit. He went on that hot tear for a little while, but last season as well, he was getting everyday playing reps. And he was playing 5 days a week. This time he's only playing about 3 or 4, which makes it a little bit more difficult to try to get your bat going, trying to keep things moving, trying to stay loose, because you have other guys that need to be a DH instead of just catchers.
Certainly been a different role for Lopez. He's met with a 1-2 offer from Duffy. Rolled the other way. 1 down. Routine for Anderson, who's moved around the infield a tad for Liam Carroll. Much like Lynchburg, a lot of top prospects on the Salem team we continue to talk about. Donatello, Anderson, Blaze, as well as Elmer Rodriguez-Cruz, who we'll see tomorrow. And talked about Alex Clemmie and how he has a propensity for the strikeout. We saw that firsthand today. Coming in to this week, Rodriguez-Cruz good for 5th in strikeouts in the Carolina League with 45. After the foul out of play from Pastrano, the count will go to 1-1.
He was with Salem last season and put together some decent numbers. With that second time through with the ball club, you tend to put up better numbers. You see the teams again. You're a little bit older, a little bit wiser. You can typically execute your stuff a little bit better, and that's what you're seeing from Rodriguez-Cruz.
Pastrano skies one playable for Uten. Doesn't have to move a step for the second out of the inning, as the 8 and 9 hitters for Lynchburg go down without much of a fight. Yeah, that second or third time around certainly helps. Just ask Angel Hanau, although it's not entirely fair to say he's had 3 times around with Lynchburg. It's been shortened stints up to this season.
Yeah, you can just see what age and maturity does for a ball player when you're at the same level year after year. And that's not necessarily because they should be at the level, as we've seen with Angel Hanau thus far, but you just gain more experience, you get more comfortable, and you end up improving as you play better competition than you when you were younger. As you're older, you become the better competition.
Esteban Gonzalez, an 0-2 count. He swings through a breaking ball. He'll spit on another, this time away for ball number 1 of the at-bat. 1-2 count with 2 down to the leadoff man. You know, I haven't seen as much lower half movement on a swing as we see in Esteban Gonzalez as he showcases the power it gives him. Well, that foul ball as it's launched into the bushes out of the ballpark. But it's a very lungy, moving bottom half of a swing for Gonzalez. And when he gets into one, he gets into it, but he really goes all out.
Yeah, he really brings that front leg backwards and contorts and cocks his body and just explodes right through the baseball.
1-2. Lined into right. Could get over the head, and it will. Chasing it is Lugo as Esteban Gonzalez can run for days. He loses his helmet. Of course he does. He'll get down with a head-first slide and could potentially look to head for home here, although backed up by the pitcher, Duffy. Good presence of mind for the righty to back up the third baseman, Anderson, as it's a sliding triple for Esteban Gonzalez, who showcases that power right on cue.
What a beautiful swing. Perfectly placed baseball in the right center field gap. Gonzalez was thinking 3 right out of the box. He never hesitated. never slowed down, and he was able to slide in. I don't even know if the throw would have beaten him if it hadn't gotten underneath the glove of the third baseman. Gonzalez, just one of the fastest guys in the league, and you saw it right there, the way he's able to really stretch the defense.
Extra base hit number 12 on the year for Gonzalez, and if you've got a 5'8", 150 frame, and you're going to have 4 home runs, over 10 extra base hits in the month of May in single-A baseball, you're going to have to swing like that. And all 150 pounds of him got into that ball. And you mentioned in his last at-bat how shallow the outfield was playing him. And that one looked like, if the outfield was playing normal depth, it might be 5 steps back or so for Lugo. But due to him cheating forward, it was a lot longer run.
Yeah, Lugo took a bad route to the baseball as well. He kind of went sideways instead of breaking back on it, which allowed it to get over his head.
Ralphie Velasquez has reached just about every way besides the base hit today. Officially, he's 0 for 0. Does have a hit by pitch and a walk, as well as a run, the lone run of the game, and he's taking a beating today as he'll foul one off his ankle.
We saw him get hit on that front leg the other night, and he ended up having to be scratched from playing first base yesterday, so obviously maybe a little tender from fouling it off his leg. It's good to see him get back in there without much complaint.
Yesterday, I believe that was the first time we've seen him DH, at least here at home, as the pitch from Duffy will fly out outside to Velasquez, so the count will go to 2-1.
You're right. Whenever he's in the lineup, he's playing first base. Whenever he has the day off, it's somebody else playing first base and DHing. He's not really getting many reps just to go out there and hit.
The 2-1 goes foul. Yeah, for Velasquez, I don't think you're too worried about getting him plate appearances. With how advanced as a hitter he's looked this season, he's good to just get the full day off if he needs it. The 2-2, he'll stick around, fouls it back. It's a good pitch from Duffy that Velasquez spoiled. This will be pitch number 80 for Matt Duffy. Velasquez steps back in. Esteban Gonzalez leads off third after his triple. And it's a full count to Ralphie Velasquez.
Another patient at bat for Velasquez. He's not going to swing at pitches that are well outside the zone. He's really kept things nice, tight, and close to the zone over the last month or so. He started out kind of swinging away a little bit. That's when he went into his big slump, but he has tightened it up here as of late.
The payoff. We'll do it again off the backstop. You know, I talked about Esteban Gonzalez's swing and how many moving pieces and, from an outside perspective, chaotic it can look, although I'm sure it's controlled for Gonzalez. Ralphie, obviously a much different player, but so smooth and compact as he'll take his second walk of the game and tee up Jason Churio for a 2-out RBI situation with Esteban Gonzalez just 90 feet away and a whole lot of speed, but Matt Duffy won't be the pitcher that greets Churio, as Liam Carroll has seen enough. He'll go to the bullpen to try to close out the bottom of the 5th inning with the 1-1 tie intact. The Lynchburg Hillcats are ready for a summer of fun with a fresh slate of weekly promotions for you and your family to enjoy. Every Tuesday, get a free ticket to the next Tuesday home game as part of our 2 for Tuesday promotion. Wednesday is Weenie Wednesday with hot dog deals each week, and Thursday, we'll bring back our traditional Thirsty Thursday with drink specials all night long. On Friday, join us for Freebie Friday for a new giveaway each week. We'll have fireworks every Saturday night, and kids can eat free each Sunday during the season. Get your tickets today at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Are you a fan of fireworks or collecting sports memorabilia? Or maybe instead of the bar, you want to spend your nights at the ballpark? Whatever your passion, the Lynchburg Hillcats have a mini plan package for you. Make sure to secure your tickets for every Thirsty Thursday, Freebie Friday, or fireworks show Saturday with one of our dated mini plans. Craving more baseball? Sign up for our 30-game mini plan. Not sure what games you want to go to? The Hillcats offer undated mini plans as well. For more information and to purchase your 2024 mini plan, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
You are listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Daniel Kerwin into the game for Salem, and this Salem team, their rotation has been solid, but their bullpen has really been their strength in 2024, although Kerwin, he's coming off a tough outing. He went 3 innings, allowed 2 earned runs, 1 strikeout, 2 walks. He did pick up the win, but his ERA jumped up 50 points, so he's looking for a better outing here in a high-pressure spot against Lynchburg.
Kerwin out of Ryder from Lansdale, Pennsylvania, 6'2". Has pretty solid stuff on the season. He's 1-0 with a 4.50 ERA, 10 strikeouts, 7 walks. He's given up 6 earned runs in those 12 frames, so he's got good stuff. He just needs to be able to settle things down, and a big chance to carry things into the next inning here against Churio with runners at the corners.
Churio, he's 1 for 2. He'll take a pitch to size up Kerwin and comes in at 95. For strike 1. Velasquez at first, Esteban Gonzalez at third. 2 outs. Kerwin just needs to get through Churio. Churio! That's in between first and second. Esteban Gonzalez can just about run backwards home as it's an RBI for Churio. And a lead for the Hillcats. Their first since all the way back in the top of the 4th inning.
Churio just continues to impress in high-leverage situations. He never seems too out of control. He never gets anxious. He never gets nervous. Just outstanding in pressure situations. And this being the middle innings we talked about, this is where problems have arisen for the Hillcats this season, but a good bounce back after giving up the lead in the 4th inning as Churio delivers the 2-out rally.
If you're Kerwin, you're not out of the woods yet. Angel Hanau already advancing his hit streak to 10 games. And you could tell, as of late, he's been in go mode. Just swing, 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 and you can't blame him. He's seeing it like a beach ball up there. Although that one certainly fooled him. It was in the dirt, and he offered with a half-hearted check swing. So it's no 1 count to the switch-hitting shortstop. He'll line it up the middle, however, perfectly played by the shortstop Alcantara, but Angel Hanau, he squared that ball up. Lucky for Kerwin that no damage comes of it. Lynchburg, they strike for 1. No crooked numbers yet today, although the Hillcats do lead 2-1, heading to the 6th inning.
If you're looking for a home, auto, or life insurance plan, look no further. State Farm has been offering great coverage at surprisingly low rates for over 100 years. Stop in and see one of the 4 Central Virginia insurance agents. For Lynchburg, call Chip Harvey. For Rustburg, contact Jack Dean. For Appomattox, call Sarah Saunders. And for Madison Heights, visit Kim Z. Gardner. Contact your local State Farm agents today. Summer has arrived at Bank of the James Stadium as the Lynchburg Hillcats return home to square off against the Augusta Green Jackets June 11th through the 16th. On Friday, you're going to want to be here early as we're giving away bobbleheads for former Hillcat and MLB Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber. On Saturday, we're raising money for cancer research with our fireworks show. Then on Sunday, we say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there with a celebratory pig roast. Don't miss the kickoff to summer and get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Hillcats baseball is in full swing. It's time for a quick game recap on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network. Here's Jason Prill.
Connor Young with you alongside Jason Prill, and I've been slacking. I got some work to do. Alex Clemmy, his day's done. It's been done for a while. He went 3 1/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts, a career high. Abel Brito, he only had to go 2/3 of an inning, but he did the job. 1 strikeout, no runs came across. Kyle Scott so far just 1 inning. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 1 hit. No damage on the scoreboard yet for the righty. Lynchburg, they lead 2-1. It was a sacrifice fly from Angel Hanau in the bottom of the first to plate a run in just the first inning for Lynchburg, and we just saw their second score. Jason Churio to thank for it. His second single of the day, his first RBI. For the Red Sox, it's been small cuts against Lynchburg as they continue to chip away, although only 1 run on the scoreboard to thank for. 2-0 count here at the dish to McIlvaney. He's 0 for 1. He walked, was stranded at third after Abel Brito came into the game. Strike 1 comes in at 90 for Kyle Scott. The 2-1. Whew, look out. Under the chin of McIlvaney.
And that's why guys like him wear that ear flap just to cover up that jaw line. When those balls run in, you have to have some extra protection.
3-1 swinging. Fastball away. Foul off the netting for McIlvaney. 204 average, a home run, 4 RBIs for the catcher. The 3-2. Close. There hasn't been a lot of love from Gustavo Garza on the inside half of the plate. Kyle Scott's learned that the hard way. That'll be his second walk issued, and it's a leadoff walk for Salem.
Another leadoff base runner. It's the 4th time they've had their leadoff runner aboard in the ball game. They've only been able to capitalize the 1 time in the 4th inning.
Salem, they've struggled with leaving base runners on, as Tucker will foul one off the netting for strike 1. They've left 354 runners stranded this season, which is the 3rd most in the Carolina League. Lynchburg ahead of them, as well as Kannapolis. But for Lynchburg and Kannapolis, they lead the Carolina League on on-base percentage. So they're getting a lot of runners on. There's more to leave stranded, whereas Salem nowhere near that number as Velasquez makes the play! I think he's getting used to first base. Looked pretty darn good there.
I would say so. The way he reacted with that ball coming off the bat, I thought it was going to be a tough play for him, and he picked it up very quickly. It was fading away toward the first base dugout, and he knew right away that he was going to have to go full extension and was very comfortable and confident with securing that one.
Throw over. Velasquez slops the tag on the hip of McIlvaney. Nizan Zanatello, 2 for 3. He's done his job as the leadoff man. A hanger that hangs up above the strike zone will come across for ball 1. 5 hits for Salem, 4 for Lynchburg. Though the Hillcats enjoy the 2-1 lead. It's been neck and neck all the way down. Flashed foul. For Kyle Scott, he's gone for 27 pitches. 1 strikeout, 2 walks. Came in the top of the 5th and wasn't the cleanest inning, but he left a 0 on the board. Salem looking for payback. Zanatello swings through a curveball, a beauty. Late sharp break as the sun sets over the Blue Ridge Mountains. Beautiful backdrop here at the Bank of the James Stadium. The 1-2. Another good one. This one, no offer from Nizan Zanatello to backwards K in the scorebook and strikeout number 2 on the day for Kyle Scott.
Beautiful breaking ball, just froze Zanatello, but I always say this every time that Salem comes to town. There's no better backdrop in the Carolina League than what we have here in Lynchburg, because Salem fans think theirs is better. I don't know. It's tough to beat here in Lynchburg.
Especially tonight.
We haven't got many of these Lynchburg sunsets this season because of all the bad weather we've been battling. But tonight, perfectly clear and a beautiful red backdrop.
Another throw over for Kyle Scott, paying particular attention to McIlvaney. McIlvaney on the year, 2 stolen bases. He has been caught once, but he doesn't go often. 2-0 count back at home to Antonio Anderson.
I also love the leadership we get to see from Angel Hanau this season. Being at shortstop, we just saw him right there come in and try to encourage Kyle Scott just to pump it in the zone. Trust your teammates. So that's something he wouldn't have been doing a year ago.
Yeah, it certainly has been obvious the position he has in that locker room. And another thing for Hanau, his English has improved so much. Maybe you'd see him do that last year to another Spanish-speaking player, but to even be able to issue some words of encouragement to Kyle Scott on the mound, that's been another jump away from baseball we've seen in year 3 for Angel Hanau. It's a 2-2 count with 2 down to Anderson.
And that's important. It helps with your progression, not just as a ball player, but also throughout the organization, because especially at the shortstop position, you're such a leader.
Yeah.
You're such a vocal leader. You have to be.
2-2, shallow left, Durango on his horse, and he makes the play. The Hillcats bring the leather in the top of the 6th inning, and Kyle Scott does his job as well. It's another goose egg on the scoreboard for the Salem Red Sox. Lynchburg leads 2-1, bottom 6. Coming up next on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
The Virginia Commonwealth Games are back this summer in Lynchburg, Virginia, on the campus of Liberty University. Be a part of the tailgate party and opening ceremonies kickoff celebration. For more information, visit commonwealthgames.org.
The Lynchburg Hillcats are ready for a summer of fun with a fresh slate of weekly promotions for you and your family to enjoy. Every Tuesday, get a free ticket to the next Tuesday home game as part of our 2 for Tuesday promotion. Wednesday is Weenie Wednesday with hot dog deals each week, and Thursday, we'll bring back our traditional Thirsty Thursday with drink specials all night long. On Friday, join us for Freebie Friday for a new giveaway each week. We'll have fireworks every Saturday night, and kids can eat free each Sunday during the season. Get your tickets today at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Back inside Bank of the James Stadium for the middle innings, here's Connor Young.
Five, 6, 7. Napchik and Tunez Durango due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Napchik, he brings along with him one of the best on-base percentages in the Carolina League coming into today. .397, good for 8th place. Just one spot behind Jason Churio. Napchik, he's found creative ways to get aboard all season long. As of late, he's been swinging it pretty good. He's rolling in pretty hot. But even when he hasn't been, he's been drawing walks. And he's another guy, just 1 extra base hit shy of 10 extra base hits, 10 stolen bases on the season. We talked about the long list of Hillcats who have achieved that impressive feat this year. Angel Hanau, Esteban Gonzalez, Jason Churio, Christian Napchik, just an extra base hit away from that same threshold.
He's a guy that really stays underneath the radar because you have guys like Ralphie Velasquez, Jason Churio, Angel Hanau, and those are just the 3 directly above him in the lineup today. But Napchik has quietly pieced together a really solid season. He's batting .269. He's been consistently on base. His OPS is just around .770.
So he'll roll one. The first baseman, Encarnacion. He'll make the flip to Kerwin.
He's been good defensively as well.
Very good.
He's a reliable guy all across the diamond. And it's got to be a little bit frustrating for him at times because of all the other guys that are around him in this lineup that are getting all the praise and attention, but Napchik has quietly pieced together a very good season.
Yeah, and for him, 2 things come to mind. One, it seems like he's been pretty steady. You know, you've seen some fluctuations in the production of guys like Antunez or Velasquez. Hanau, not so much. He's just been on an uptick. If you looked at his graph, it would be straight up to the sky. But Napchik, he's been real steady. And he also is another guy that Jordan Smith, I think, is pretty happy to have in that locker room. He's always got a smile on his face and seems like a positive force away from the diamond, but he's fantastic on the infield and in the batter's box as well. 2-0 count to Antunes. He's fooled. 90-mile-an-hour fastball that had to be blocked by McIlvaney. And Antunes expands the zone. 2-1 count.
You're right with Napchik. He's a guy that can really help lead a locker room, and that's a guy who contributed at Louisville. He's experienced, he's veteran, he's been in clubhouses for a long time, and has played at a high level in the ACC, so he understands what it takes, even though he's new to minor league baseball.
Another one rolled down the first base line. This time, Encarnacion will do the two-step to the first base bag himself. Kerwin was ready to cover if need be. Encarnacion will take care of it himself as Kerwin, much quicker start to the bottom of the sixth than when he was thrusted into the game in some trouble to relieve Matt Duffy.
Yeah, 2 quick outs. He gave up the RBI single to Jason Churio. The run was applied to Duffy. He's been sharp so far. Only threw 4 batters.
Luis Durango 0 for 2 today. He was 1 for 2 in game 1 where he made his return after 24 days away from the team on the field due to injury. And he was a guy that early in the season where Lynchburg was really scuffling. You think back to the first 3-game Down East series or when they returned home for the first series against Fredericksburg, the first half of that series. There was very few guys who were going well at the plate. Luis Durango was, though. And that average has held for the most part, although he has missed a lot of time through the back half of, or the early part of May, rather. Average at 322. He's in a 3-0 count.
That's part of what was so frustrating for Durango going down injured, is he was piecing together such a good season, and he was starting to see more regular playing time. He started out not being a guy that we saw every day, but because he was so consistent, he ended up moving into an everyday role. And so when he went down, it was just backbreaking for him in his development.
The 3-1 lined up the middle. Backing, twisting, and turning is Taylor Jr., and he'll make the one-handed grab to end the bottom of the sixth, which means Jason Prill, he's next. He'll take us to back half, the back third, 7-8-9, as the Hillcats lead 2-1 on the Lynchburg Hillcats radio network.
Check out Creative Edge Design Incorporated for your signs, banners, and wrap services. We are a 3M certified graphics installation company backed by a 3M warranty, protecting your graphics against any cracking, fading, or peeling for over 10 years. Your graphics will continue to look exactly like they did on the day they were installed. Visit us at cedi.biz for more information. Creative Edge Designs, custom designs for you. Hey fans, are you looking to disconnect and enjoy a perfect getaway? Well, let me introduce you to Crabtree Falls Campground. With campsites right on the river, 4 rustic cabins, and bathrooms with hot water, Crabtree Falls Campground is your place to stay this summer. Located just an hour drive from Lynchburg, Crabtree Falls Campground is just a half-mile hike away from the tallest waterfall east of the Mississippi. Visit www.crabtreefallscampground.com or call them at 540-377-2066 to book your stay.
Alongside Connor Young, here's the voice of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball, Jason Prill.
2-1 our score. Lynchburg out in front. Kyle Scott back out there for another inning of work. And we talked about Luis Durango's injury in the bottom of the 6th inning. Another injury that we haven't really gotten too much of an update on is Rafael Ramirez Jr. He's still listed on the active roster. And we haven't seen him dressed in a full uniform recently. But today, he's sitting on the top step of the third base dugout all the way down toward the end. He's got the full uniform on, and what tells me he's starting to get back to normal is he's got the headband up.
Yeah, the compression sleeve as well. It was good to see him take some infield earlier before the game today. So he's on the road to getting back on the field in the Bank James Stadium, which is good to see.
He's slowly getting more and more comfortable, and hopefully when he returns, he can turn his bat around as Nelly Taylor drives that into the Lynchburg night, and we are tied. The second time this series, Nelly Taylor has tied it up in the late innings as we are even at 2 apiece in the long ball. Once again, the Achilles heel for Kyle Scott.
Nelly Taylor, all it takes is one swing for him to tie a game. He's showcased it twice. He's been one of the more consistent hitters on this Salem team, but one thing he hadn't seen was the power. But someone likes hitting the Bank of the James Stadium. His first 2 home runs of the season come in 3 games here in the Hill City.
Yeah, Taylor, he had been quiet in terms of the home run ball, but he was tied for first, and he is tied for first with doubles in the Carolina League.
Yeah.
So he's not shy of power per se. You just haven't seen any of the home run power up until this series. Now he's got 2, and Encarnacion down in the count 0-2. So we're tied again at 2 apiece. Kyle Scott leans in, now rocks, kicks, and delivers. And a half-hearted attempt by Encarnacion. His 3rd strikeout of the night. As Encarnacion, tough night for him at the plate after a strong night yesterday.
3 strikeouts to his name and an 0 for 4. So it hasn't looked good for Encarnacion. Kyle Scott, just the home runs, that's really all it is. Like, the hit number is fine. The walks aren't in a bad spot. Even the strikeouts are okay. It's just the home runs, they always find a way to get back and hurt Kyle Scott's outings.
Scott blows it by Alcantara. And you're exactly right, Connor. It's the home run ball that's really hurt him. We mentioned he has the same number of home runs allowed as Yorman Gomez, but Gomez has pitched 20 more innings than Kyle Scott has in surrendering the 5 home runs. I mean, his ERA's coming into today only at .413, which isn't a bad mark. But it's the home run ball, and it seems to come at costly times as that misses in tight. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alcantara. Now the Hillcats will have to try and untie it again. Well, Salem can do it first.
To show just the sheer difference in innings between Gomez and Scott, Gomez leads all the Carolina League in innings.
Backwards K on Alcantara. Another good curveball from Kyle Scott as his 2nd strikeout of the inning. His 4th overall as Nathaniel Uton will take his cuts.
Uton's been good, yet to be retired by Lynchburg, Clemmy, Brito, and Scott. Haven't had an answer for him yet.
Uton. .6'2", 143 from the Dominican Republic. He was signed as an international free agent in 2022. As that skied out of play. As 2 strikes on him. Scott surrendered the solo home run to Nelly Taylor Jr., which has tied the ball game at 2 apiece here in the top of the 7th inning. Scott rocks, kicks, and delivers. Got him. Good hard fastball. He'd been throwing curveballs as a put-away pitch, and Uton couldn't hold up his check swing on a fastball up and out of the zone. As it's stretch time here in Lynchburg, all knotted up at 2 apiece in the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Scientech Systems is your technology partner. Whether it's business class internet, phone and TV, or their world-class IT services, Scientech is here to manage your technology needs so you can focus on what you love to do. Visit Scientech.com for a free quote today.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
You're listening to the 30th anniversary season of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball.
Lopez, Pastrana, and Gonzalez do up for the 7th inning as Daniel Kerwin remains out there for another inning of work. Great crowd on hand on this Thirsty Thursday. An announced total of 2,005 for pitcher night. Just a reminder, folks, tomorrow night we're giving away our throwback unis. It's a replica jersey. We throw it back to 1995. 90s music will play all throughout the ballpark. I've already made my request for Vanilla Ice. An Ice Ice Baby. So we'll see if that one gets blasted throughout the ballpark, but it'll be a fun night nonetheless. Saturday, they'll rebrand as the Lynchburg Skunks. You can already bid on 3 of the jerseys online at milbauctions.com. And if you want to get a piece of history, you can also bid on more by coming to the ballpark. The fireworks show following the game. Robert Lopez swings out the first pitch, pops it out of play for strike 1. As you can get all your tickets for the remainder of this week and all the upcoming homestands. A lot of cool promotions coming your way at Lynchburg-Hillcats.com. The 0-1 from Kerwin as Lopez watches it drift a little bit low, 1-1.
Bottom 8 at Granger Stadium down east and 5 County Stadium in Zebulon. And Delmarva and the Wood Ducks up on Carolina and Fredericksburg, the 2 teams ahead of Lynchburg. So around the Carolina League, so far, everything going the Hillcats' direction. Back here at home, we're all nodded it too.
Got to take care of business while you can. You have an opportunity to make up some ground as Lopez well out in front of a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, 2-2. Still plenty of time to make up ground, but picking up a game tonight to sit 2 back would be a huge accomplishment. Here's the 2-2. Lopez off the end of the bat toward right field. Lugo ranging over. He won't get there as he pulled up. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe he didn't get a good read on it, but he looked like he pulled up about halfway through his trek toward the baseball, and it's a single for Robert Lopez.
We've seen Lugo primarily at first base this season, and that's pretty obvious by his play in right today. I even think the triple by Esteban Gonzalez, your standard right fielder would have had a good chance at. It was a bad read and a worse jump on both the triple for Gonzalez and the single for Lopez, but that single to Lopez even more egregiously misplayed by Lugo and right than the triple.
Considering the situation that we're in this ball game, I mean, we're in the bottom of the 7th inning in a tie ball game, and you're loafing to the baseball, really catching me off guard. The outfield pulled in for Pastrano as a half-hearted swing makes it 1-1. We haven't seen very many depth changes from most teams that the Hillcats have played, but Salem, pretty much for every batter, they have a different outfield positioning.
Getting their steps in.
That they are, the 1-1. In there for strike 1 and 2, except when the ball's in play. Lopez, the beneficiary. He's at first. Nobody out. Bottom of the 7th inning in a tie ball game. The 1-2. And Pastrano, an awkward swing. He goes down for the 3rd time tonight, 0 for 3. His first game since his heroic walk-off in extra innings. Esteban Gonzalez, he tripled in his last plate appearance, will step in. 1 for 3. His triple just plugged the gap between right and center. And he turned on the Jets and kept running. Lopez takes his lead, and Gonzalez swings over top of it for strike 1, 93 on the fastball. Kerwin, the right-hander, has it slowly rolled up the first base line, but it'll go foul for strike 2.
Talk about how Lynchburg likes to run a lot and play small ball in that way. They'll put on the hit and run as well. For Pastrano and even Gonzalez earlier in this at-bat, it seems like a pretty good situation to bunt. I mean, runs are hard to come by in this game, and you got Lopez to get on to lead off. I don't know, just a thought that Lynchburg doesn't seem to do that a lot.
Gonzalez well behind a slider. that had late movement on it. And he's retired for out number 2. Second strikeout for Kerwin, both coming in this inning as Ralphie Velasquez will step in. Ralphie has walked twice and been hit once. You know he's itching to swing the bat here. He got one, but he was underneath it. He pops it up to right field. Lugo will make the grab, and the inning is over. So leadoff single does no damage as we head to the 8th, tied at 2 on the Lynchburg Hillcats radio network. The YMCA has been serving Lynchburg and the surrounding community for years. With 2 Central Virginia locations, the YMCA has plenty to offer for kids and adults alike. To join or check out one of the classes, camps, or programs offered by the Y, visit ymcacva.org or stop in at their downtown or Jamerson locations. The YMCA is a proud partner of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball.
Are you a fan of fireworks or collecting sports memorabilia? Or maybe instead of the bar, you want to spend your nights at the ballpark. Whatever your passion, the Lynchburg Hillcats have a mini plan package for you. Make sure to secure your tickets for every Thirsty Thursday, Freebie Friday, or Fireworks Show Saturday with one of our dated mini plans. Craving more baseball? Sign up for our 30-game mini plan. Not sure what games you want to go to? The Hillcats offer undated mini plans as well. For more information and to purchase your 2024 mini plan, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Alongside Connor Young, here's the voice of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball, Jason Prill.
Top of the 8th inning we go. Each team with 2 runs. Salem has out-hit the Hillcats 6-5, and Lynchburg also with an error on their docket. Charge to Angel Hanau at shortstop, which didn't end up coming back to bite them too much, as he kept it on the infield, and they would retire the Red Sox just about or later. But it'll be 7, 8, and 9. Lugal, McElvaney, and Tucker. Salem knotted it up on a Nellie Taylor Jr. solo shot to open up the 7th inning. It's been back and forth. 2 ties, 2 lead changes. In there for a called strike. 0-1. Scott has it lined over towards short. Leaping grab by Hanau. Oh, he's snow-coated on a beautiful summer day.
Angel Hanau, one of the flashiest players in the Carolina League or in all of minor league baseball. He usually gets it done with the bat, but one of his better plays this season in the field.
McElvaney fouls it away for strike 1. And now is in perfect position for that. Leaped, made the grab, and the ball was hit pretty well. As that missed down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Boy, last season, Jose Devers was such an impressive defender at shortstop that Angel now didn't get much opportunity at that position compared to what he sees this year. It's 1-2 Devers now with High A Lake County. And now remaining here in Lynchburg. But Hanau clearly showing that he's got the glove to match what his bat is doing. 1-2. Breaking ball just missed off the outside edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hanau last season rotated all across the infield from second to third and a little bit at short. As the 2-2. Breaking ball, got him. A beautiful curveball from Kyle Scott. And the second strikeout of McElvaney. There's 2 down here in the 8th inning for Stanley Tucker.
He's had the curveball working. It's looked good all game. It's frozen some hitters and gotten some swings and misses as well. Kyle Scott now with 6 strikeouts, which is a season best for him.
Sky to left field, Durango toward the corner. On the warning track will make the grab, and the inning is over. A 1-2-3 eighth for Kyle Scott keeps us tied at 2. We'll step aside on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Wondering how to buy tickets to minor league baseball games? Look no further than the Bally Live app. Download Bally Live today and you can buy tickets to your favorite minor league baseball games and watch in person. Can't make it to the ballpark? We got you. Watch every minor league baseball game for free on the Bally Live app all season long. Pick your favorite team, track stats, chat with friends, and earn rewards in the game center. Download Bally Live from the app or Play Store today.
We get it. Finding activities for groups can be difficult. The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make your life easier with our special group outings packages. No matter your group, spend the night out at the ballpark enjoying baseball with your favorite people. All group ticket packages come with discounted tickets, a PA and video board welcome, and the possibility for first pitches and on-field activities. Want to make the night extra special? Sign up for a group picnic and let the Hillcats take care of the details. For more information on groups or picnics, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
We've hit the bottom of the 8th inning. Churio, Hanau, and Knapchick as the heart of the order due up for the Hillcats. Daniel Kerwin still out there for another inning of work. As the Hillcats, despite the 2 hits off of him and picking up their second run, just have not been able to find much success off of Kerwin. The run was applied to Duffy, but Kerwin gave up a knock to this man, Jason Churio. Back in the 5th inning, it was the first batter he faced, and Churio just punched it into right field on a ground ball. That scored Esteban Gonzalez. Here we are in the bottom of the 8th inning, a tie ball game. Lynchburg looking for some heroics. First pitch misses out wide for ball 1. They had some heroics the other night as Jose Pastrano delivered the walk-off home run in the 10th inning. But it took 10. The 1-0. Missing, or finding the zone rather. 1 ball, 1 strike. And it's been kind of a flip-flop series of what we've seen from the Hillcats thus far in this season. They've won the middle innings. And it's been the later innings where they've struggled at the plate. It's 2-1 to Churio. Previously, Hillcats would start the game really well and end the game really well, but in between they looked lost. This week they're playing a lot better in the middle innings. Roped off the glove of the second baseman as Tucker, a late jump, has it ricochet off the top of his mitt and into right field. A 3rd hit of the night for Churio. Another 3-hit performance for a Hillcat as the man who leads them all, Angel Hanau, comes to the plate. And he looks like a man on a mission. You can just see it based upon the way he stands, the way that he approaches the game. He still has that big, bright smile, but he has looked way more determined recently and focused than we've seen him. As a throw over to first will keep Churio honest. But that's the maturity of Angel Hanau. He's still here to have fun, and he does. But he's playing with a passion and a purpose that we haven't seen from him up until recently. Runner fakes, and it gets away from the catcher. That'll allow Churio into scoring position. McIlvaney couldn't scoop it as he was hopping up out of his crouch. So the fake by Churio ends up bringing out well on a wild pitch.
Well, for you Hillcats fans, can't think of a much better situation, can you? Probably your best base runner, one of your smartest base runners, and Jason Churio at second base. The man who leads your team in RBIs and has one already today, in Angel Hanau at the dish.
He grounds it over towards second. Encarnacion came off from first. The bang-bang play, and they call him out as Kerwin raced him to the bag. Encarnacion was caught in no man's land as he went for the baseball. Kerwin, a heads-up play by the pitcher, ranged over to make the play. Now the infield will be pulled in for Christian Knapczyk. Down to third goes Churio, as Knapczyk still looking for his first hit of the day.
It's a weird way to handle the ground ball to second, but productive. Much like you said a couple days ago, Jason. Seems like everything Hanau does is productive in one way or another. With one out, fly ball will do the trick to get Churio home, as pitching coach Juan Rivera will head out to talk with Kerwin.
It's not often you get to put a 4-1 in the scorebook. I don't know in my 3 years here if I've ever written 4-1. But Salem just barely able to get Hanau. He has extended his hit streak with a single back in the fourth inning. Knapczyk, though, he'll dig in with a runner on third, looking to extend his hit streak to 5. Golden opportunity. Anything hit hard to the right or left of any of the infielders will do the trick. He watches the first one miss in tight for ball 1. Walk does not really hurt you here if you're Salem, unless you decide to let Knapczyk take second if he gets more. Churio 90 feet away. Kerwin. Got Knapczyk swinging. 1 ball, 1 strike. The infield being pulled in this series has had tremendous success. Abnormal success compared to what we typically see. Each team reaping the rewards of pulling their infield in. As the 1-1 broken bat over toward third. Churio has to sprint back to the bag as he thought it was over the third baseman's head, Anderson. But Knapczyk just didn't get much of it. And all of a sudden, after the leadoff base runner and putting him into scoring position on the wild pitch, the inning feels like it could be heading for an anticlimactic fall.
In game 1, Salem had a bases loaded situation early in the game that would come back to bite them as they didn't capitalize on it. And we said after it happened, it seems like they might be kicking themselves for that. And Lynchburg here in a tied game in the bottom of the 8th with Churio at third base, and he's been there for the at-bat for Knapczyk and now Antunes. You feel like if you don't capitalize here, you're really going to be kicking yourself. You don't want to leave it all to the 9th.
Especially when Salem has a good part of the order. Ground ball over toward first, and almost a misplay by Kerwin. But that'll end the inning as the Hillcats get their leadoff runner aboard and do nothing with them. Top of the order, due up for the Red Sox in the 9th, tied at 2, as Kyle Scott returns to the bump on the Lynchburg Hillcats radio network.
If you haven't planned that vacation yet, start by checking Lynchburg Regional Airport. With our great round-trip airfares to many popular destinations, flying from Lynchburg is easy and affordable, offering daily departures on American Airlines to Charlotte with connections to over 170 non-stop destinations worldwide. To check airfares and book tickets, visit flylyh.com today and click Book Now. Prices are subject to change without notice, and certain restrictions apply. Advance purchase is required and availability is limited. Your close and convenient connection. Check Lynchburg first. Summer has arrived at Bank of the James Stadium as the Lynchburg Hillcats return home to square off against the Augusta Green Jackets June 11th through the 16th. On Friday, you're going to want to be here early as we're giving away bobbleheads for former Hillcat and MLB Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber. On Saturday, we're raising money for cancer research with our fireworks show. Then on Sunday, we say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there with a celebratory pig roast. Don't miss the kickoff to summer and get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Alongside Connor Young, here's the voice of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball, Jason Prill.
Zonatello, Anderson, Taylor, the 3 due up to face Kyle Scott. Taylor got the best of Scott in his last plate appearance, a solo shot. That's why we're tied. Zonatello, he's had an up and down day. He's reached base twice, once on a double, once on an error, and he struck out looking twice. But based on the back and forth nature of his stat line, It would favor a hit as he struck out in his last plate appearance. Scott fires a breaking ball down and away for a called strike. We've seen some good baseball games at Bank of the James Stadium this season. It's another good slider for strike two. And another one brewing here in the battle of 460. Lynchburg leads the season series 7-1. The 0-2 up and in, leaned him back. He tried to change eye levels with a fastball, but Zonatello laid off. As if he didn't, he'd be at first or with a broken jaw. The 1-2 went breaking ball. Good mix of pitches as he did not go around, says the first base umpire, Derek Pacheco. Now it's 2-2.
That breaking ball to righties is devastating. It got such late break.
The 2-2. Got him! Third strikeout of Zonatello this afternoon as the strikeouts continue to pile up for Salem. They now have struck out 16 times this afternoon. That's Scott's 7th K. As in steps Antonio Anderson. First pitch, taking all the way downstairs for ball one.
If it wasn't for Matt Wilkinson, that would be the most strikeouts for a Lynchburg staff in a game, but they had 20 when Matt Wilkinson accounted for the majority of them.
Line drive over towards second, leaping grab by Knapczyk. It looked like a replay of what happened in the bottom of the 8th inning when Churio lined it to second, but this time, unlike Salem, Knapczyk able to grab it. So 2 down for Nelly Taylor Jr. He had a home run in his last plate appearance, his second home run of the series, his second of the season. He's been on a tear since arriving in the fresh area code as he takes a called strike. 0-1.
Taylor's 11-game hit streak came to an end after going over yesterday, but he doesn't seem to mind. He's picked it right back up.
The 0-1 missing in tight, 1 ball, 1 strike. We'll see how Scott approaches this at-bat. Taylor, both of his home runs today, or this week, have come in the 7th inning or later, including a game-tying shot in game number 1 in the 9th inning, a 2-run blast that sent us to the bottom of the 9th inning in a game Lynchburg thought they probably should have and could have won straight away in 9. Kyle Scott rocks, kicks, and delivers. Ooh, he pulled the string, 84, in between both his curveball and his fastball in terms of velocity, and Taylor was fooled all the way. Good changeup from the right-hander.
You got to rely on that to lefties more than that curveball because it breaks sometimes right into the bat of a lefty. I think that's why Kyle Scott has more trouble with a southpaw than a righty.
The 2-2. Got him! Oh, what a beauty of a pitch as Taylor's retired looking. Another strikeout, 8 for Scott. That's number 17 for Hillcats pitching here today. They're tied up. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Lynchburg needs 1 to win on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Celebrate the history of America's pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that shaped and changed the game and our country. And relive the careers of legends who have earned the greatest honor in sports. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Hey Lynchburg, we all missed the good old days, which is why the Lynchburg Hillcats are bringing back simpler times, May 28th through June 2nd as the Salem Redsox come to town. For one night only on Thursday, we're bringing back beer pitchers as part of our Thirsty Thursday campaign. That's right, a full pitcher of beer for one low price. Then on Friday, we'll party like it's 1995 with a vintage Hillcat jersey giveaway. On Saturday, we'll shake up the present by wondering what could have been had the 2015 rebrand looked a little different. Get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Alongside Connor Young, here's the voice of Lynchburg Hillcats baseball, Jason Prill.
Salem will keep with Kerwin for the 9th inning. This is his longest outing of the season. He's been on since there were 2 down in the 5th. He's gone 3 1/3, which surpasses his high of 3, which he's done twice. But each time, those were less than 4 pitches. He's about to make his 40th pitch of the night. He typically tops out around 45 as Luis Durango takes a called strike here in the bottom of the 9th inning of a tie ball game. Durango, Lopez, and Pastrano. Durango hitless in tonight's ball game, but he is one of the most dangerous speed threats in all of the Carolina League. The 0-1 bounced in there, 1 ball, 1 strike. Kind of surprised to see Kerwin still out here, but he's pitched so well you really can't even warrant going to your pen.
It'll certainly help out later in the series for Salem.
The 1-1. Durango swinging away at a pitch down below his knees. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Like you said, Durango, Lopez, Pastrano here in the bottom of the 9th. And something we've been talking about for Lynchburg this whole season is bottom of the order production. They've been better with that this series. Will it continue in a big spot?
Durango into right field. Lugo, an awkward route, backpedaling again. This time he makes the grab as he approaches the warning track for out number 1. He charged in on that ball. He does not look comfortable being in right field.
Yeah, he's a liability out there, especially today. I mean, the Lopez single was just one of the most strangest plays I've seen in baseball, period, but certainly professional baseball. Is he just completely gave up on the baseball. That one there, also awkward, but it hung up enough for him to be able to fall under it in time.
Robert Lopez watches it miss wide off the outside corner for ball 1. You have to wonder if he's out there simply for the fact that Miguel Blaze has been scratched. They only have 4 outfielders. All 3 of them are playing today. But Tucker is at second base tonight compared to being listed as an outfielder on the roster.
Well, they've got 4 catchers at this point, or 3 rather. So, yeah, the outfield definitely lacking depth.
Finding the zone there is Kerwin. 2-1 on Robert Lopez. Lopez had the single in the 7th inning. Lynchburg, only 6 hits tonight. We're tied at 2. Here's the 2-1. Lopez chopped past the first base bag. Fair ball knocked down by Encarnacion. Flips to the pitcher. As it gets away, it keeps bouncing, following the bouncing ball. Boy, a big break for the Red Sox. That was the most clustered I've seen the first base bag in a long time. It almost was a collision between Encarnacion and Derek Pacheco, the umpire, as Pacheco tried to get out of the way of the baseball and signal it a fair ball. And in the process, he had to get out of the way of not just the baseball as it was coming to the bag, but also as Encarnacion was falling to the ground trying to get it to the pitcher who was covering the bag. And then the ball just got loose. So Lopez at first for Jose Pastrano. Pastrano takes down and in for ball 1. He was the hero on Tuesday night in the 10th inning. He came up with 2 outs. The first pitch he saw, he delivered past the right field wall. It's his home run of the season. Can he deliver again in a clutch spot? A 1-0 to Pastrano. Bounced it in there. 89, a good pick by McIlvaney. It's 2-0. Kerwin pauses. And his 50th pitch is in there for a called strike. He has not thrown more than 44 in a ball game this season, so they are extending him. The right-hander. A long pause. Now the pitch. Inside, it gets to the backstop, and now the Hillcats will have the winning run in scoring position with one out in the bottom of the ninth inning.
3-1 count to Pastrano. No stranger to late game heroics this series. Lopez at second, not the fastest. He is on the bench should they want a pinch run for him, although a lot of that Hillcats depth and bench is currently banged up, so there's not a lot of options.
The 3-1 to Pastrano. Ball 4. That'll bring the top of the order to the plate. And McIlvaney wants to go out and talk to Kerwin. And now some movement in Salem's bullpen, as it looks like they have an arm ready and waiting. And they're just going to loosen him up just a little bit more. And they're going to stall for time as a flurry of movement and activity. It'll be Esteban Gonzalez with 2 aboard and 1 away here in the ninth inning in a tie ball game. We mentioned Kerwin has not gone this long into a ball game at all this season. So Liam Carroll trusting his arm, who's pitched well since entering in the 5th inning. You have to wonder if fatigue is beginning to set in for a right-hander who has not gone this long. Esteban Gonzalez, he tripled earlier in the ball game. Spits on the first one, caught a piece of it on a foul tip. Gonzalez seems a bit confused by something. Pointing at the catcher. I wonder if he's arguing for catcher's interference. Either way, it's 0-1. Maybe it's not. Swinging strike to Gonzalez. We're trying to figure out the count. The umpire has yet to signal. He also didn't signal a strike technically on the check swing. The one, we don't know. Gonzalez drives it to deep right center field. Taylor ranging back. He'll make the grab in front of the warning track. Tagging from second is Lopez as he will get down to third with 2 away. Here in the ninth inning, Gonzalez does his job. He gave it a ride. And now it's left up to Ralphie Velasquez.
Ralphie's been in this spot before. For whatever reason, whenever the Hillcats come back home, they do a number on our hearts, Jason. They like to keep it close and down to the wire. Ralphie, like I said, he's been in these spots before, hasn't been the hero yet. As it's going to be another visit from Juan Rivera, as you would think they're really trying to speed up the process in the bullpen, especially with Velasquez, Churio, and Henao due up.
My guess is this will be the last batter that Kerwin faces, if he even gets to face this one. A long chat on the mound. So they're trying to make sure everybody's on the same page. If they decide to send Pastrano from first with runners at the corners.
Yeah, with 2 outs, Ralphie Velasquez at the dish and Robert Lopez at third, that seems riskier than it's probably worth for Jordan Smith.
But at the same time, if you can entice a throw down, who knows what could happen. The first pitch to Velasquez, he takes off, and they're not even going to throw down as it's a called strike. So indifference allows Pastrano to move into scoring position. There's a runner 90 feet away in Robert Lopez, and an inconsequential run at second for Ralphie Velasquez. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, a good eye and a good pick by McIlvaney as the fastball just yanked by Kerwin. 1-1 to the Hillcats stud first baseman. The 1-1. Topped it right at the plate, 1-2. He went out and tried to expand the zone and just barely got a piece of it.
Yeah, it's a pitch he's early on. If you're going to swing at that, you want to take it the other way.
If we go to extras, Taylor will be at second to start the 10th. The 2-strike pitch from Kerwin. Chopper over toward first, Encarnacion. He'll flip it to the pitcher, and that will send us to extras. Second time this week we've had to play 10, and who knows how long this one will go. Encarnacion, Alcantara, and Newton on for the 10th with Taylor in scoring position to start when we come back on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
We get it. Finding activities for groups can be difficult. The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make your life easier with our special group outings packages. No matter your group, spend the night out at the ballpark enjoying baseball with your favorite people. All group ticket packages come with discounted tickets, a PA and video board welcome, and the possibility for first pitches and on-field activities. Want to make the night extra special? Sign up for a group picnic and let the Hillcats take care of the details. For more information on groups or picnics, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Hall of Fame Induction Weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and memorable moments. Make your plans today for July 19th through the 22nd for the induction of Adrian Beltre, Todd Helton, Jim Leland, and Joe Maurer, the class of 2024. Visit baseballhall.org today for the entire schedule. See you in Cooperstown.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Josh Harlow, the new pitcher for the Hillcats. As we head to the 10th, the second extra innings game of the series. Kyle Scott, he did his job. He went 5 innings, 2 hits. The 1 run, though, looms very large. A solo shot to Nellie Taylor, who starts the inning on second. 2 walks and 8 strikeouts. Lynchburg has struck out 17 Red Sox hitters. But Harlow, he's pitched well this season.
Yeah, Harlow leads the team in saves. He's had 3 save opportunities. He's made good on every single one. His ERA under 3 at 270. The whip at 110. Batting average against 224 in his last outing. He went 2 innings against Fredericksburg. Did allow 3 hits, however, no runs, just 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. He has been the late game go-to for Jordan Smith.
It's a 5-game winning streak on the line for the Hillcats right now. Tied at 2, top of the 10th inning. The right-hander has it fouled away by Encarnacion for strike 1. On the day, Encarnacion 0 for 4. He did reach on a fielder's choice in the 3rd inning, but he struck out 3 times. Harlow pauses at the belt. Taylor dances off second. The 0-1 top back over the mound. Knapchick charges. He fires to first. They'll get the batter. But down to third goes Taylor. And now the go-ahead run 90 feet away for Marvin Alcantara. Similar situation as we found ourselves in 2 nights ago when Daniel McIlvaney lined out to Angel Hanau with the infield pulled in, and Encarnacion, who was on third at the time, didn't freeze and got doubled up to end the inning. The infield's pulled in for Alcantara, who swings away at the first pitch and fouls it into the screen for strike 1.
If I'm Josh Harlow, I've got one thing on my mind here, and it's the strikeout. That's what you got to be pitching for. You don't want to give Alcantara a chance to put this ball in play because things can get real hectic if he does.
The 0-1. Line drive toward right field. Charging on it is Antunez, and that'll drop for a base hit. and Salem takes the 1-run lead here in the 10th inning. So Alcantara executing it to perfection as the Red Sox touch home.
He was responsible for the lone run yesterday, driving in the only run Salem would score, and then today he comes up with a clutch RBI. Alcantara, his stats coming into the series weren't in a good spot, but they're in a better place now, and he's been really good against Lynchburg.
Uten takes down and away for ball 1. Alcantara, you're exactly right. He has had quite the series against the Hillcats. Yesterday, he had 2 hits, reached 3 times. And the night before, he did reach on a fielder's choice as well. And tonight, he's got 2 hits, and Harlow misses out wide. 2-0 to Uten. Uten has reached base 3 times tonight. 2 walks and a strikeout on his docket along with a single. Ground ball would be beautiful for the Hillcats as Harlow pumps it over the plate. 2-1.
Uten's also been a tough out. He's got a single and 2 walks. Lynchburg, in extra innings games this season, they're 5-3, so not a bad mark.
They find themselves down by 1 here in the 10th inning. 3-2 in favor of the Red Sox. Throw back. And Alcantara back with a dive. The 2-1 pumped back to the screen. 2-2. On the flip side for Salem in extra innings contest, they're 3-4.
5-3 for Lynchburg, 3-4 for Salem.
Harlow pauses, and the 2-2. Breaking ball didn't get the calls. It missed high and wide. And it's a full count. Runner on first, 1 away, top of the 10th inning. Harlow on the mound. Uten. Good at bat. The payoff. Slow chopper up the first base line, but it'll go foul. And Uten will dig back in. They often say that if you're the road team, you need to get more than 1 run.
Yeah. I think if you're Lynchburg, obviously you've got work to do, right? There's 1 out, and you're not out of it yet. But if you were able to hold it to 1, you're in an okay spot. You just want to stop things from compounding from here.
The 1 is almost viewed as kind of a gimme in extra innings most of the time. As that skied into left field, a long run for Durango. He's hustling toward the bullpen, and it'll land out of play. But with the runner starting on second base to open up extra innings, they're almost enticing you. Just get the 1 run in. It's almost a gimme. 2 fly balls to right field, and you have the lead.
Yeah, and you can get creative with making sure that runner gets over to third, too, to make it a little bit easier on yourself. And Lynchburg will have a good part of the order up.
Runner takes off, and it's ball 4. As Uten draws the walk, Harlow not as sharp as we've seen him in other ball games, as he's allowed 2 base runners. And Andy Lugo, 0 for 4 on the night. He'll step in.
Lugo, 0 for his last 8. Hasn't had a good day in the field today. He's got 2 strikeouts to his name. Had 1 yesterday. So Tony Arnold will come out to talk to Harlow. But if I'm Harlow, I'm approaching Lugo pretty confidently. Although I would understand why Harlow might not be feeling super confident with how the top of the 10th has gone so far.
Looking ahead to the bottom half of the inning, you are right. The Hillcats do have the best part of the order possible. Velasquez will start the inning on second, as long as they don't pinch run for him, and I can't see why they would. Churio, Hanau, and Napchik, the 3 due up for Lynchburg in the bottom half of the 10th inning. So, if you're going to be trailing by 1 in the 10th inning, that's the part of the order that you want to see at the plate.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think they'll move Velasquez, but if they did, Juan Benjamin did have the day off today, and he's been that fill-in first baseman, and he's got good speed. So that is an option if you really wanted to get aggressive. But nevertheless, Jason Chirio, Angel now, I'm okay with that. Just got to get there first.
You also have Fran Aldui and Lexer Sadui, who you can call to if you need somebody. You decide you don't want to risk it with Ralphie at second base. Andy Lugo at the dish. He's 0 for 4, but he's lined out each of his last 2 plate appearances. But the last one, not really a line out. Sorry, it was a line out the last time. It's a leaping grab by Angel Hanau at shortstop. 2 aboard, 1 away. Top of the 10th inning. 3-2 lead for Salem. The 0-1. Popped up first base side. Velasquez gives it a long look, and it heads toward the berm for strike 2. Harlow after the mound visit. And in the count 0-2. Pitching with confidence. Can't let that one run get to your head when it comes in extra innings. The 2-strike pitch. Ground ball in between first and second, as it'll be a tough play. As a good job by Antunes to get it in quickly. The bases are loaded, 1 down. 3 straight base runners, though, for Salem. Alcantara down to third, Uton into scoring position, Lugo at first for McIlvaney, who can redeem himself from Tuesday night when he lined into the double play. A chance to deliver a back-breaking blow with 2 runners in scoring position in the top of the 10th inning. Salem feels like they're on the verge of breaking through.
Need to dig down deep here if you're Harlow. Hope history repeats itself.
First pitch, down and away, ball 1. And the even more difficult part is you have to go right at him. Can't mess around. You have to give him something he can hit. The 1-0. That's a strike, 1-1. In this situation, if you're Harlow, you're probably looking for the ground ball. Infield in double play depth, though the corners are pulled in. Pastrano pound even with the bag at first. Velasquez in front of the bag at first. The 1-1. Missed off the outside edge with the fastball. 2 balls and a strike.
The inside's been shut off all day long for Garza, but I really think if you're going to be that stingy on the inside half, you got to give some more away. It's a good pitch from Harlow. Puts him in a tough spot for it to be 2-1.
The right-hander kicks in, fires. That's called a strike, 2-2. So right as you called the inside corner as not being given, he finally gets it.
He heard me.
Bases juiced. Top of the 10th. 1-run lead for Salem. The 2-2. Got him to chase. A beautiful slider from Harlow. Retires McIlvaney as Stanley Tucker will be the bat that Salem relies on to try to get that extra insurance run with the lead at 1. Tucker singled down the first base line in the 3rd inning. Since then, he's 0 for 3.
That was a big pitch from Josh Harlow. Hopefully that gets the confidence back up.
Harlow fires it in there for a strike, 0-1. In addition, it was a good block by Robert Lopez.
Yeah.
As it was in the dirt. One thing that we can note is it's the first time Harlow's been able to pitch out of his full windup. We'll see if that has played a factor. The 0-1. Into center field, Churio ranging over toward the right center field gap. He'll make the grab on the run. And Lynchburg somehow avoids giving up a big inning. Only 1 comes in to score here in the 10th. Lynchburg needs 1 to keep this game going and 2 to walk away with the victory. We'll be back with the bottom of the 10th on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Summer has arrived at Bank of the James Stadium as the Lynchburg Hillcats return home to square off against the Augusta Green Jackets June 11th through the 16th. On Friday, you're going to want to be here early as we're giving away bobbleheads for former Hillcat and MLB Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber. On Saturday, we're raising money for cancer research with our fireworks show. Then on Sunday, we say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there with a celebratory pig roast. Don't miss the kickoff to summer and get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com. You've probably heard the old saying, the best things in life are free. But do you believe it? The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make sure you and your kids do. Sign your kids up for Southpaw's free Kids Club and experience the best free activity your money can't buy. All Kids Club members receive complimentary tickets to 5 designated Kids Club games, Virginia 529 Fun Zone passes for the whole season, and exclusive autograph sessions with players. Kids 12 and under can sign up at lynchburg-hillcats.com to activate their Kids Club membership today.
You are listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Nathaniel Cruz will be the new reliever out of the bullpen for the Red Sox. He's 2-3 with a .594 ERA in just under 17 innings, 15 strikeouts and 9 walks allowed. He's given up 11 earned runs, 20 runs total. And of note, he's 1 for 3 in save situations, which this will be. And he's going to face the heart of the order, Connor.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're not seeing Max Carlson today for Salem, although we did see him earlier in this series. Carlson tied for 4th in the Carolina League in saves. He has 5 on the year. Instead, we're getting Cruz, which definitely feels like the second option for Salem. And Ralphie Velasquez does stick in there. He'll be the ghost runner at second. And it's Churio, Hanau, Napchik due up for Jordan Smith. You got away with just 1 run on the board for Josh Harlow. He was able to snake his way out of the top of the 10th. So you're in a good spot if you're Lynchburg.
Velasquez, the tying run 180 feet away. The winning run at the plate for the Hillcats the whole inning. The breaking ball finds the zone for strike 1 to Churio. Churio, a 3-hit day. Boy, they need him to get a 4th. Hitting with runners in scoring position has been difficult for Lynchburg, not just today, but all season long. The 0-1. Well outside. A breaking ball that never broke. 1-1. With runners in scoring position on the season, Hillcats are batting .275, but it seems like just have not been able to capitalize most of the time in clutch situations in that moment. 1-1. Upstairs, 2-1. Or maybe it's just the fact that they've had so many plate appearances with runners in scoring position that their failures and their misses seem much more memorable. The 2-1 to Churio. Breaking ball up and away again. 3 balls and a strike. And this is a little bit of a strategy in late game baseball, is walking the leadoff guy.
Especially when his name's Jason Churio.
The hard part is you have Angel Hanau on deck, who's arguably the best hitter in the Carolina League. The 3-1 to Churio. Out wide again, ball 4. Walked him on 5 pitches. So the go-ahead winning run now at first base here in the bottom of the 10th inning for Angel Hanau. And if you were Lynchburg, there is nobody else you want up in the plate in this situation than Angel Hanau.
I don't hate the decision to stay away from Churio, though, because obviously you create force plays at third, second, and first. Double plays now in order, and Churio is not a guy that you want to hang something over the plate to. He'll make you pay. So the problem is, like you noted, Jason, now you've got Angel Hanau to deal with.
Hanau, 1 hit on the day. He does have an RBI, as he takes a slider at the top of the zone for strike 1. After Hanau, the next 3 hitters are 0 for 12 combined today. That could be part of the strategy is, hey, let's get to those 3. The 0-1 from Cruz. Out wide, missed again. 1 ball, 1 strike.
For now, You don't need a 3-run home run right here, although you'll take it. You just need something productive. Get both runners over. Find a way to get things moving in the right direction. Although Napchik hasn't had the best day at the plate, you got to trust him to do the work if you can't.
The 1-1. Popped it up behind the plate. McIlvaney giving it a look, and it'll get out of play. Strike 2 as Angel Hanau now down in the count. So Ralphie at second. Churio at first. Angel Hanau at the dish. A 1-2 count from Nathaniel Cruz. The bottom of the 10th inning, a 1-run lead for the Red Sox. The pitch is lined over toward first. They'll look to second, and they'll get the force out. Now it's runners at the corners with only one down. Ralphie moves down to third. Churio is retired, and Hanau gets aboard on the fielder's choice. Probably a good idea there by Alcantara to just eat it.
Yeah. Had no play at Hanau because no one was really covering the base. But the double play still a reality here for Lynchburg, which complicates things. Makes you want to keep the ball up in the air.
You can imagine that Lynchburg will probably try to send Angel Hanau. He takes off, and it's flared toward left field. Going to be a tough play by Uton, but it'll land on the warning track in foul territory for strike 1. Maybe one of those that, if you're Napchik, you probably shouldn't have swung at.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder if the hit and run's on there. That seems awfully brave from Jordan Smith to call in this spot. So I don't know if Napchik missed a sign there, but you really want to get Hanau over to avoid that double play, which would end the game.
Now they're going to send somebody to cover the bag at first. The 0-1 from Cruz. And now takes off again. This one all the way to the backstop. Ralphie comes home. We are tied. Cruz cruised it high. A lucky break for Lynchburg. Oh, disastrous for the Red Sox. And Cruz, you can tell that one hurt. Now he has to recompose himself. The winning run in scoring position. We're tied at 3, bottom of the 10th inning. Christian Napchik in a 1-1 count. He's 0 for 4 on the day. Fouls it back to the screen. 1-2. You almost have to wonder. McIlvaney, he has to have that one.
Yeah.
It was high, but not that high. The 1-2 from Cruz. Has another blown save, his third of the season. Upstairs, it gets away. Hanau down to third. Oh my. The Yips have found their way.
This is tough for Salem. I mean, they're already having a tough series. You only were able to push across 1 run in game 1. You got walked off by the 9-hitter, hitting his first home run of the season in game 1. Now 2 wild pitches, 1 to score a run, the other to put a runner on third base, and Jordan Smith giving Angel Hanau a big hug right now because this looked like it was going to get a whole lot worse for Lynchburg, but they're the benefactors of some serious miscues on the hands of Cruz and McIlvaney. The first one probably more on McIlvaney than Cruz, like you said, Jason, with the fastball high, you got to get your glove on it. But the second was a breaking ball that was set up low and away and ended up over the head of McIlvaney.
And I wonder if they got crossed up there.
Yeah, had to be something like that.
On signs or whatever it was, with the runner on second, they typically change up what signs they use. But now the winning run 90 feet away, the infield pulled in a 2-2 count on Napchik. Can he play hero tonight? Cruz fires. Topped right at home plate, but it stays behind for a foul ball. Hanau getting instructions from Jordan Smith on what to do on a ground ball. You don't really want to risk it here. The 2-2. Here it comes. Napchik chase down in the dirt. That time a good block by McIlvaney as he's retired for out number 2, and that'll leave it up to Wilfredo Antunez and a huge strikeout for Cruz.
It is a big one. Redemption for Cruz and McIlvaney come up with the block. That'll bring up Wilfredo Antunez, who's been swinging probably the second hottest bat on the team coming into today behind Angel Hanau. And he hasn't increased his hit streak to 9 games. He could do so in a big spot for Lynchburg.
First pitch swinging, coming up empty, strike 1. It's the 3rd inning in a row that Lynchburg has had a runner on third base. They capitalized it here early in the inning, thanks to a wild pitch. And that was with the ghost runner on second. The 0-1. In tight, McIlvaney just able to grab that before it got away. And now keeping his eye on things. He's thinking, how can he be as aggressive as possible and make life miserable for Salem? The 1-1. Popped up. Third base side, Anderson in foul territory, stumbles back into play, and we head to the 11th. Oh my. Cruz gets out of it, just barely. We keep going. We'll be back with more on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
The Lynchburg Hillcats are ready for a summer of fun with a fresh slate of weekly promotions for you and your family to enjoy. Every Tuesday, get a free ticket to the next Tuesday home game as part of our 2 for Tuesday promotion. Wednesday is Weenie Wednesday with hot dog deals each week, and Thursday, we'll bring back our traditional Thirsty Thursday with drink specials all night long. On Friday, join us for Freebie Friday for a new giveaway each week. We'll have fireworks every Saturday night, and kids can eat free each Sunday during the season. Get your tickets today at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Are you a fan of fireworks or collecting sports memorabilia? Or maybe instead of the bar, you want to spend your nights at the ballpark? Whatever your passion, the Lynchburg Hillcats have a mini plan package for you. Make sure to secure your tickets for every Thirsty Thursday, Freebie Friday, or fireworks show Saturday with one of our dated mini plans. Craving more baseball? Sign up for our 30-game mini plan. Not sure what games you want to go to? The Hillcats offer undated mini plans as well. For more information and to purchase your 2024 mini plan, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Lexer Sadui on to play left field as Luis Durango has been removed from the ball game. We've reached the 11th inning. Josh Harlow on the bump. Man, what a ball game we have had. Both teams an opportunity in the 10th inning. Neither one able to capitalize more than one run. And it's going to bring the top of the order up for Salem with Stanley Tucker on the bag at second.
That'll mean Lexer Sadui will lead off the bottom of the 11th. That was going to be Luis Durango's spot.
So important to note as we inch closer. Sonatello takes a called strike. He's picked up 3 strikeouts tonight, but he also doubled in the first inning. Salem scored in the 10th inning to take the lead. Lynchburg matched it in the bottom half of the frame, courtesy of a pair of wild pitches, and almost won there by Harlow, as Lopez had to spread out. Keep that from going to the backstop. Crowd is thinned out as we've hit extras. Over 3 hours of game time. We're about to pass the longest ball game. We're closing in on the longest ball game of the season for Lynchburg, as that's 1-2.
Focus is back here in the Hill City as it should be. We got a great one for you, but down east did pull it out over Fredericksburg 6-3. Delmarva, every single time we checked in on them mid-game, they've been leading late in the game. This time bottom of the 8th, but Carolina comes back to win 6-5. Shorebirds can't get it done.
Once again, Delmarva Can't do it. Line drive right field. That's going to be a base hit. Antunes gets to it quickly. They're going to wave the runner around. Antunes comes up firing toward home. Velasquez will cut it off. And Salem retakes the lead by 1. Frustration from Harlow as Donatello delivers the RBI single here in the 11th inning. And once again, Lynchburg will have to play from behind in extra innings. As Antonio Anderson will step in, Donatello did exactly what you're supposed to do and take it the other way.
Yep. Put the bat on the baseball. That's what you got to do in extra innings with the ghost runner. And he does that a little bit extra. Knocks in a run.
Harlow has it bounce away from Lopez. And Donatello now into scoring position on the wild pitch. So things falling apart for Lynchburg in the top of the 11th inning.
Yeah, Harlow's going to have to come up with another Houdini act like we saw in the 10th because, giving up the single there, it's not the end of the world. The run comes across like we've already hit on. Top of the inning, in extra innings, you expect one to come across, but you can't let things get muddy from here on out.
The 1-0, missing down and away, ball 2. You don't really want to walk Anderson because that brings up Nelly Taylor Jr., who's caused some problems for the Hillcats today. The 2-0. Missing wide again, ball 3. As Garza not giving that corner. Top of the 11th inning. The longest game the Hillcats have had this season is 12 innings. 3-0 to Anderson. We'll see if they give him the green light. They do, and it's fouled away. That probably would have been ball 4.
Yeah, that's ball 4 right there.
Anderson a bit too aggressive at the plate, but that's trusting your lineup from Liam Carroll and letting them make the decision. Harlow with a long lean in. Now the 3-1. Inside, that one is ball 4. And 2 straight have reached and 1 run already in the 11th.
Second walk of the short outing for Josh Harlow, who hasn't had his best stuff. A walk there, not the end of the world. Force plays now in order. Although Nelly Taylor Jr. is not a guy that you want to have traffic in front of. 2 home runs already this series, 1 today, and it's been a tough out.
Harlow, good breaking ball, finds the zone for strike 1. Taylor struck out in his last plate appearance, but then was the go-ahead run in the 10th inning when he started the inning on second base. Harlow already over 30 pitches. As the 0-1. Low with the slider that time. 1-1. 4-3 in favor of the Red Sox. Top of the 11th inning here in Lynchburg. Salem trying to win their first game of the series. Still nobody out. 2 aboard. The 1-1, that's delivered into center field. Churio racing back. He won't get there. That's over his head. And that is a huge base hit for Taylor. 1 run will score as Salem takes a 2-run advantage. And Lynchburg, still with nobody out, finds themselves down 2 with 2 in scoring position on the RBI double by Nelly Taylor.
Nelly Taylor, I said it in the 7th inning when he launched the solo home run to tie things. He likes hitting in the bank at the James Stadium, apparently, and it continues.
Infield pulled in for Encarnacion. It's a 2-run deficit now. Still nobody out. Harlow gets him to chase down in the zone, strike 1. Would have been ball 1 had he laid off. Nelly Taylor Jr. has delivered again in the clutch. The 0-1. Missing low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Taylor, in game 1 of this series, and a 2-run home run to tie the game in the 9th inning. In this one, a solo shot in the 7th to tie the ball game. The 1-1 missing wide. 2 balls and a strike. And right there, the back-breaking double. Harlow crosses up Lopez, and now it's 3-1.
Seems less and less realistic to expect Harlow to get out of this without some help. He clearly is losing it out there. 3 straight base runners to start the inning. 1 ball away from making it 4.
The 3-1 pitch. Didn't get the call there. And the bases are loaded for Marvin Alcantara, who had the RBI single in the 10th inning.
Tough not to get the call there. It's been a small zone from Garza all game long, especially on the sides, but up and down, there's been some leeway, and that one looked pretty darn close to the bottom half of the strike zone.
Infield remains pulled in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Alcantara takes down low, ball 1. Reason the infield's pulled in even with the double play opportunity is because you don't want to get any further down than 2. That's already a big enough deficit for 1 inning. As out comes Tony Arnold to have a word with Harlow as he realizes his reliever is really struggling here in the 11th.
If you're Lynchburg, you can take some solace in knowing Jose Pastrano's due up.
He delivered the 2-run home run to win the ball game on Tuesday evening. Right now, that would only tie the ball game.
Yeah, you're going to need to get him some traffic in front. But Jose Pastrano, hey, lightning could strike twice here in Lynchburg on a beautiful late May night.
Really has been a wonderful evening as we inch towards 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. As Marvin Alcantara had in the count 1-0. A base hit here would essentially end the ball game.
It would send those who have toughed it out probably heading for the exits.
The 1-0 here in the 11th. The base is loaded. That's called a strike, 1-1. Strikeout would do wonders here against Alcantara, but then you have to take on Uton, who's only been retired once today in 5 trips. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Inside, backed him off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Harlow trying to get through this inning. The 2-1. Fouled into the screen, 2-2. Lynchburg got lucky in the bottom of the 10th inning. A couple of wild pitches allowed them to capitalize with their runner to tie the ball game. Here's the 2-2, though. Alcantara. Slider. Roped. Foul ball down the right field line. That would have broken the game wide open.
That was close. I do think it was a foul ball, but similar to the single to lead off the inning we saw from Zanatello, just staying with an 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball in the outside half was Alcantara.
Here's the 2-2. All the way outside, and a good job by Lopez just to keep that from getting to the backstop. Full count. Another grip lock by Harlow. You have no wiggle room. You have to go at him. A walk makes it a 3-run game. Have to give him something to hit. Got to go with your best pitch. Here it comes. And Alcantara spoiled it.
And this is an even tougher spot for Harlow today, I think, because he doesn't really have his secondary pitches going. So you're probably limited to a fastball that you think you're going to be able to successfully land. I don't think you want to try a change or a breaking ball. You just haven't controlled it today. So you got to challenge with your best 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
He went slider and didn't get the call in the inside corner. And that walks in another run, and still nobody out here in the 11th inning as the rails have fallen off this Hillcats ball game, and Jordan Smith has no choice but to go to his bullpen yet again. As Salem has taken a 3-run lead here in the 11th inning. They lead it 6-3. We'll meet the new pitcher when we come back on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
We get it. Finding activities for groups can be difficult. The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make your life easier with our special group outings packages. No matter your group, spend the night out at the ballpark enjoying baseball with your favorite people. All group ticket packages come with discounted tickets, a PA and video board welcome, and the possibility for first pitches and on-field activities. Want to make the night extra special? Sign up for a group picnic and let the Hillcats take care of the details. For more information on groups or picnics, visit lynchburg-hillcats.com.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Hall of Fame Induction Weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and memorable moments. Make your plans today for July 19th through the 22nd for the induction of Adrian Beltre, Todd Helton, Jim Leland, and Joe Maurer, the class of 2024. Visit baseballhall.org today for the entire schedule. See you in Cooperstown.
You are listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
It'll be Matt Jasek. He's going to be tasked with trying to navigate atop of the 11th inning with the bases juiced and no outs. Jasek, he's coming off performance against Fredericksburg where he went 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, although it wasn't earned. He did pick up the win in that game, 4 strikeouts, no walks. So he had a good outing just a couple short days ago on May 25th, and his numbers in the month of May look pretty fantastic. An ERA of 2.38 and a whip under 1, 0.97. Compared to a ERA in April of 4.61. So he's been trending in the right direction, and the Hillcats need him to come up big against Nathaniel Uton, in a big spot where Lynchburg just wants to limit the damage.
3-run ball game in favor of the Red Sox. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Bases are loaded. Uton swings away at the first pitch, hooking foul down the left field line. He got all of it.
Yeah.
But he was behind it just a bit. You know, for Jordan Smith, going to the bullpen again was the last thing he wanted to do and waste another arm.
4 relievers now he's had to burn.
The 0-1 swung on and missed. 0-2. And I think the hardest one for him was probably Abel Brito, because you don't want to have to bring in a guy in between innings when you have a piggyback scheduled. They had to use Brito today to bridge the gap and get to Kyle Scott. In the dirt, good block by Lopez, as it's 1-2. On the bright side for Lynchburg, their bullpen is pretty well rested. Alonzo Richardson was able to keep them intact, as only one bullpen arm was used yesterday. So it does essentially even out. The 1-2. Got him. A big first out here in the 11th inning with Lynchburg down by 3. As Uton is retired, Andy Lugo comes to the plate. He's singled in the 10th inning. Salem has had the bases loaded in each of the first 2 extra innings that we've played. Infield remains pulled in as it's a called strike. Slider that wasn't called on the walk to Alcantara. This time it got the call on the inside edge to Lugo. Three-run deficit. Jasek pumps it in there, strike two.
After the Uten strikeout, that's 19 now on the day for the Red Sox. Still not better than the 15 strikeout performance Matt Wilkinson started. 5 others would come later in that game against the Pelicans, and it's been 11 innings.
The 0-2 chopped foul. As he will stay alive, he probably swung at ball 1. Jasek dangles that right arm next to his hip. The 0-2 pitch. Fouled away. Spoiled by Lugo. He just got a piece of it.
Good pitch, though. Got Lugo to swing. Good work from Lugo to stay alive in the count, but you want to live low in the zone here. Either you get the strikeout on a breaking ball like that, or you induce a ground ball, give your infield a chance to turn 2, although they're all playing in on the grass, so scratch that. They're looking to avoid a run.
The 0-2 got him to chase up in the zone. Lugo, after a good at-bat, strikes out swinging. Back-to-back Ks for Jasek as the 9th man to bat in the inning is Daniel McIlvaney. He's really the partial reason as for why we're in this situation in the 11th inning.
Yeah.
A couple wild pitches that could have even been ruled past balls. Allowed the tying run to score in the 10th inning. He fouls it back to the screen for strike 1.
Hillcats now, after that strikeout from Lugo, have matched their season best, 20 strikeouts. It's a lot of strikeouts, even in an 11-run game. Gone 10 2/3 here.
It's been a good showing for most of the Hillcats pitching staff tonight. Right now they find themselves down 3 in extras. The 0-1. Missing downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. The runner at third, Taylor. Encarnacion at second, Alcantara over at first. The 1-1 finds the zone. 1-2. The man breathing the biggest sigh of relief right now is Nathaniel Cruz. After the wild pitches, allowed Lynchburg to tie it up when they couldn't really get anything going with their bat. They had the winning run 90 feet away. Line drive up the middle. That'll be a base knock. That'll score 2. And Salem has broken this one wide open. And Jasek, furious with himself as he couldn't get out of it. A 5-run 11th inning for the Red Sox as they lead 8-3. And Red Sox have hit around here.
Second baseman number 10, Stanley Tucker.
And the 5-game win streak for the Hillcats seems to be coming to a close. We've surpassed the 3-hour and 30-minute mark. Jasek checks second and fires. And Stanley Tucker, who led off the inning, or excuse me, who ended the last inning, the line out. It is the 9th man to bat in the frame.
Not his first time on base. Well, he hasn't gotten on yet, but he has been on base this inning. He was the ghost runner that came around to score.
The 1-0 line snagged by Jasek as he drops the ball in disgust and makes his way back to the dugout. So a line out right to the pitcher ends the inning. But Salem puts 5 on the board. They blow it open. They lead 8-3 in the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Summer has arrived at Bank of the James Stadium as the Lynchburg Hillcats return home to square off against the Augusta Green Jackets June 11th through the 16th. On Friday, you're going to want to be here early as we're giving away bobbleheads for former Hillcat and MLB Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber. On Saturday, we're raising money for cancer research with our fireworks show. Then on Sunday, we say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there with a celebratory pig roast. Don't miss the kickoff to summer and get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com. You've probably heard the old saying, the best things in life are free. But do you believe it? The Lynchburg Hillcats want to make sure you and your kids do. Sign your kids up for Southpaw's free Kids Club and experience the best free activity your money can't buy. All Kids Club members receive complimentary tickets to 5 designated Kids Club games, Virginia 529 Fun Zone passes for the whole season, and exclusive autograph sessions with players. Kids 12 and under can sign up at lynchburg-hillcats.com to activate their Kids Club membership today.
You're listening to Hillcats Baseball on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Nathaniel Cruz back out there for another inning of work as Wilfredo Antunez will begin the inning at second base. Lexer Sadui, Robert Lopez, and Jose Pastrano, the 3 up for the Hillcats as they find themselves down by 5 in this ball game. As the Hillcats had several opportunities to win it in this ball game. They had the runner on third in the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th. And they just were not able to deliver the go-ahead run.
Well, for Lynchburg, morale was low, both on the field and around the concourse here in the Bank of the James Stadium. But Nathaniel Cruz, he didn't look perfect by any means in his last inning of work. So there's a chink in the armor to try to expose if you're Lynchburg there.
Well, he pumps ahead of Sadui for strike one. Sadui came in to replace Luis Durango, who was pulled after 10 innings. As he's still making his way back from injury, they don't want to overextend him too much. A long look in from Cruz. The right-hander pauses at the belt, checks second, and delivers. Sadui tops it foul for strike 2. So he's down in the count now.
Sadui did hit his first home run of the season yesterday, a solo shot.
Here's the 2-strike pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sadui, just arriving in Lynchburg a few weeks ago. And was thrust into playing time with Durango being hurt. Antunez at second, the 1-2 pitch. He ropes that toward right field. Lugo will play it and fire it in toward third as Antunez will advance standing as Sadui moves the runner over. And that's not what you need in this situation. Robert Lopez will step in. Lopez singled in the 7th and then reached on what has been currently ruled an error in the 9th inning. Defense pulled back for Salem. The runner at third means absolutely nothing to them. As the first pitch leans Lopez out of the way for ball 1.
Yeah, Cruz, he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that I think half the time when it's out of his hand, he's not exactly sure where it's going. And that one in under the chin of Lopez. So he's wild. Saw that already 1 inning ago.
The 1-0 from Nathaniel Cruz. In tight, went off speed, ball 2. Lopez was the runner left stranded at third base in the 9th inning. The 2-0. Missing wide, 3 balls and no strikes. Lynchburg has a habit of finding their way to make late game situations interesting, though this one a bit more complex than others. One down here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Here's the 3-0. That finds the zone. Lopez taking all the way, 3-1. Cruz misses wide, ball 4, and Lopez draws a walk with one out in the 11th inning for Jose Pastrano. Still one down.
Second walk of the game for Cruz. Brings up Jose Pastrano.
Pastrano walked in the 9th inning. That's his only time aboard. He's 0 for 3 otherwise. As he takes out wide for ball 1. Can imagine they're going to give Cruz a pretty long leash in this 11th inning. You have a 5-run advantage. You don't want to use up more of your bullpen. So he's going to be tasked to try to get out of this ball game as that misses wide again. 2-0.
It's not a bad spot. It's not there today for Gustavo Garza, the home plate umpire. And I like the approach from Pastrano. Cruz is going to take a long walk behind the hill.
Just trying to compose himself and find some of that command. He blew his 3rd save of the season in the 10th inning. Has a chance for the win here in the 11th. 2-0 in there for a strike, 2-1. He found the fastball at 93, took something off of it to get it over. So now Pastrano will have to pay a little bit closer attention to where it's going. The 2-1. Upstairs, ball 3.
You're right, Jason. He's taken 2 to 3 miles an hour off that fastball just to try to locate it. And to no avail here in this at-bat to Pastrano. Got to think Pastrano is taking pretty much all the way unless it's right where he has it.
The 3-1, the runner from first takes off. It's out wide, ball 4. And the bases are loaded here in the 11th for the top of the order. And all of a sudden, I don't want to say things are interesting, but the tension on Cruz has reached its maximum level for a 5-run ball game. Bases are loaded. One out. Bottom of the 11th inning. Antunes at third. Lopez at second. And Pastrano at first with Esteban Gonzalez at the dish. Gonzalez tripled in the 5th inning, but that's all he's done. He's 1 for 5.
Gonzalez can get a little jumpy at the plate. Cruz right now is seriously struggling. I think it's wise to make him prove himself, at least with the first pitch strike here, before he gets any ideas.
He's walked back-to-back batters. Now the tying run is on deck if Gonzalez can get aboard. And that's Ralphie Velasquez. But a ground ball could end the ball game. First pitch missing wide, ball 1. Good job by Gonzalez just to lay off. Not be too over-aggressive. They'll reset the pitch clock. 1-0. That's driven toward right field, but not very deep. Lugo will settle underneath it, and Antunes will just hold it at third. As there's 2 down, not the right idea for Gonzalez. As Ralphie Velasquez will step in with 2 down. He's the last hope for the Hillcats.
You're back up to the big 3, if you can call him that. Ralphie Velasquez, Jason Churio, Angel Henao, but it's a tall task. Try to claw your way back from a 5-run deficit.
Bases loaded, 2 down. Lynchburg down 8-3 here in the 11th inning. First pitch to Ralphie Velasquez is a breaking ball that misses well high for ball 1.
If you're Ralphie, you're looking to get into a hitter's count, which hasn't been too difficult against Cruz today, and then gear up for a pitch in a spot. And when you get it, if you get it, don't miss it, because it's going to take a big swing.
Missing wide again, ball 2. Just got to be patient, but your backs are against the wall. Essentially, everything happening on the field right now is inconsequential to the final score.
Could get you close, though.
Could get you close. The 2-0. Ralphie tips one in and out of the glove of McIlvaney. 2-1.
See, after that swing, Ralphie kind of dropping his head a little bit because that's what he was looking for. 93 at the belt. Power on power, and he missed it. Don't know if you're going to get another one of those in this at-bat.
Churio waits on deck, and Velasquez can pass the baton to him. The 2-1 out wide, 3 balls and a strike. Taylor in center field just pounding the grass, saying, come on, guys, let's get out of here. Now there's an arm getting loose in the bullpen for Salem. That's not what they wanted to have happen. The 3-1 from Cruz. Ground ball over towards second. Smothered by Tucker. And thrown well wide of first, but Encarnacion keeps his foot on the bag. And the ball game comes to its conclusion. It wasn't pretty, but Salem walks away with an 8-3 victory. We'll recap it when we come back on the Lynchburg Hillcats Radio Network.
Lynchburg Hillcats are ready for a summer of fun with a fresh slate of weekly promotions for you and your family to enjoy. Every Tuesday, get a free ticket to the next Tuesday home game as part of our 2 for Tuesday promotion. Wednesday is Weenie Wednesday with hot dog deals each week, and Thursday we'll bring back our traditional Thirsty Thursday with drink specials all night long. On Friday, join us for Freebie Friday for a new giveaway each week. We'll have fireworks every Saturday night, and kids can eat free each Sunday during the season. Get your tickets today at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
Summer has arrived at Bank of the James Stadium as the Lynchburg Hillcats return home to square off against the Augusta Green Jackets June 11th through the 16th. On Friday, you're going to want to be here early as we're giving away bobbleheads for former Hillcat and MLB Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber. On Saturday, we're raising money for cancer research with our fireworks show. Then on Sunday, we say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there with a celebratory pig roast. Don't miss the kickoff to summer and get your tickets at lynchburg-hillcats.com.
The final out has been recorded, and it's time for us to recap the ball game. Coming up on the Hillcats postgame show, we'll scan the scores from across the league and give you an update on the Carolina League standings, along with previewing the next game. But first, to cover the box score and name tonight's Hillcat hero, here's Jason Prill.
Tonight's Hillcat hero will go to Jason Churio. He reached base 4 times, a 3-hit performance for him. But the Hillcats fall tonight 8-3 in 11 innings. Lynchburg struck first in the first inning as Velasquez would walk and come home to score an Angel Hanau sacrifice fly. In the 4th inning, the Red Sox would tie it up. Lynchburg would retake the lead in the 5th inning. Esteban Gonzalez would triple, and Churio would drive him home with an RBI single to retake the lead. In the 7th, Nellie Taylor once again delivering again in the clutch. A solo shot over the right field wall, which knotted things at 2. Lynchburg would leave the winning run essentially on third base in the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th inning, as both teams would score in the 10th to send it to the 11th, where Salem would just pour it on. 5 runs, 3 of them coming before 1 out was even recorded. And from that point on, Lynchburg had a lot of work left to do, and they just could not get anything going with their bats in extra innings. 8 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for Salem. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Hillcats as Lynchburg falls in 11, 8-3. Connor, just a frustrating night as the 5-game win streak comes to a close.
Yeah, the win streak's over. Cruz gets the win for Salem. The loss goes to Harlow for Lynchburg. Neither pitcher pitched all that well. If there's some positives to take away, Angel Hanau with another good game. Jason Churio does well at the plate, and it was a while ago, it feels like, but Alex Clemmy had a really good start today. He pitched fantastic, 8 strikeouts, his best outing probably as a Hillcat, and that's coming off what we said one start ago. We also named that